Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for early this morning to come and join to our forum today. I am Soo-Jung Lee, the head of the research office of WIPEC. Our WIPEC's annual forum has been started last year, and this is the second forum this year. And annually, we are going to host our forum every year. So it's going to be continued after today. Thank you very much for coming again. And before we start, we would like to present you a short video to introduce our center.
이 드넓은 나세르호 수면 아래 영원히 잠들 뻔했던 세계유산이 있습니다. 고대 이집트 문명의 누비아 유적이 나일강댐 건설로 수몰 위기에 처하자 60개국의 나라와 기술자가 힘을 합해 20년에 걸쳐 지금의 자리로 옮기는 데 성공했습니다. 세계가 함께 구해낸 누비아 유적은 1972년 유네스코 세계유산 협약을 탄생시켰습니다. 현재와 미래, 모든 인류에게 탁월한 보편적 가치가 있는 세계유산. 인간의 창의성으로 만들어진 걸작이자 인류의 오랜 역사와 전통, 문화와 삶의 증거인 문화유산. 지구의 역사, 생태계의 진화와 발전을 보여주며 최상의 자연경관과 생물학적 다양성을 지닌 자연유산. 세계유산은 인류 공통의 유산이자 앞으로의 삶을 더욱 풍요롭게 해주는 자원입니다. 우리는 이 유산들의 의미와 가치를 이해하고 향유하며 함께 보호해 후대에 물려줘야 합니다. 하지만 1,100여 개의 세계유산이 지정되는 동안 시대는 많은 변화를 겪었습니다. 유산 지역의 토착민과 정복자 사이의 이견, 보존과 개발의 충돌, 세계 곳곳에서 잇따른 기후변화, 가해자와 피해자의 기억이 공존하는 유산들의 등재는 전 인류 보편의 가치를 지키기 위해 시작되었던 세계유산협약의 초심을 돌아보게 했습니다. 유산을 둘러싼 문제는 왜 생겨나는 걸까요? 시대별, 공간별, 집단별로 하나의 유산에 서로 다른 가치를 부여하기 때문입니다. 이로 인해 발생하는 문제들은 어떻게 해결할 수 있을까요? 바로 유산에 얽힌 다층적인 목소리에 귀를 기울이는 것입니다. 기존에는 유산에 대한 전문가와 특정 집단의 가치 평가를 일방적으로 대중에게 전달하는 방식이었다면, 최근에는 다양한 공동체가 유산의 가치 해석에 참여하고 보존, 활용 등 의사결정을 주도하는 시대로 변화하고 있습니다. 유산과 사람이 공존하며 유산의 다양한 의미와 가치를 한데 아우르는 포용적 유산 해석이 필요한 때입니다. 이러한 배경 속에 탄생한 유네스코 세계유산 국제해석설명센터. 해석과 설명이란 유산의 가치와 의미를 찾아내고 이해하며 해석한 내용을 다양한 방식과 매체로 공유하는 일입니다. 포용적 유산 해석과 설명에 대한 참여자들의 역량 강화, 정보와 기술을 바탕으로 한 세계유산 해석 정보관리 체계 운영 등 유네스코 세계유산 국제해석설명센터는 세계유산의 상생적 가치 확산을 위해 일합니다. 물에 잠길 뻔했던 고대 문명 유적을 후대에 남기고자 전 세계가 마음을 모았던 것처럼 시대와 공간, 모든 공동체를 아우르는 평화적인 유산 해석이 세계 유산과 인류의 지속 가능한 발전을 가능케 할 것입니다.
감사합니다. Thank you very much for your attention. Now we officially would like to start our opening today. We would like to invite our Director General, Mr. Chang Nam-hong, to open our forum today. Please welcome Mr. Hong to the floor.
Good morning. I am Chang Nam-hong, Director General of IPIC. It is my great pleasure to invite our respected guests today. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the speakers and guests in joining this year World Heritage Interpretation and Presentation. First of all, I would like to welcome Dr. Song In-ho, President of E-commerce Korea, Professor Han Pil-won, Vice President of E-commerce Korea, and Director General Choi Soo-hee of CHA. Also, I extend my warm welcome to our speakers, Mr. Jo Se-king, Senior Director of E-Corom, Professor Lil Kamal Shapagain, Dr. Ole Beasley, Professor Lee Hyung-kyung, Dr. Erica Menain, and Dr. Kim Jun. Since last year, IPIC is hosting an annual forum. The forum is a platform to share IPIC's research and capacity building outcomes. It is also a place we discuss the future of heritage. As we all know, participation is one of the most important factors in interpretation and presentation. So this year, we will talk about how to invite wider participants to World Heritage protection. It will include UNESCO policy, different levels of participation, and upcoming challenges. Expanding participants to engage in interpretation and presentation will be an important task. Today, in hope that knowledge sharing and expansion of ideas will take place, with great joy, I would like to announce in opening of the 2023 forum. Thank you so much for joining this forum today.
Now we would like to invite Professor In-ho Song, the President of E-commerce Korea, to welcome you and to congratulate our forum. Please welcome Dr. Song.
안녕하세요. 네, it's my great honor for me to give a congratulatory remark to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Nice to meet you. First of all, congratulations on the international forum hosted by International Center for the Interpretation and Presentation of World Heritage Site. The interpretation and the presentation of the World Heritage is based on heritage value and heritage memories. The heritage value are registered as outstanding universal value with its name on the World Heritage List under the World Heritage Convention. Meanwhile, memories of heritage are conflicting during the registration process and are sometimes recalled and organized even after registrations. The World Heritage Site is not just the heritage of the peoples of the national parties, but it is a heritage shared by humanity and generations. It is because the memories of stakeholders clash depending on the times, experience, and the circumstances. Of the 5 strategic objectives for the implementation of the World Heritage Convention, the first is strengthening the credibility of the World Heritage List, since it is an agreement promised by countries and with different ethnicities, history, and civilization. The credibilities of the World Heritage List must be secured above all in order to achieve the common purpose of protecting heritage beyond borders and ideologies. Furthermore, in order for the convention to have a beneficial impact on the next generation of promoting reconciliations and peace, discussions on various interpretations that can be projected on heritage, and the process of reconciliation to resolve conflict are very important. Now, through today's 2023 World Health Interpretation and Presentation International Forum, we hope to comprehensively understand the communities and the stakeholders, to invite and communicate with them, and to share practical discourses to interpret and present the World Heritage Site. We trust the capabilities of the International Center for the Implementation and Presentation of World Heritage Site, and looking forward to its law. Congratulations. Thank you for your attention.
We do have our second esteemed guest on video to congratulate our forum, who is the head of the UNDP Cyprus office, Mr. Zakongir Kaidarov. He's sending his video to congratulate our forum.
Heritage Interpretation and Presentation Forum 2023. I'm very honored to be among you today, and I would like to thank the organizers of this very important forum, the International Center for Interpretation and Presentation of World Heritage under the auspices of UNESCO. As UNDP Cyprus, we use this element of interpretation and presentation of the world heritage in the post-conflict setting, where we promote trust and confidence among affected communities. We believe that heritage can play a very important role in peace building and confidence building in affected communities. We use preservation of the cultural heritage, interpretation and presentation to promote dialogue of confidence, to promote peace among very different communities, especially focusing on new tools and techniques. We use digital transformation, digital heritage, and focusing on youth. We engage with youth heritage ambassadors in Cyprus. And I think the experience that we have and knowledge can be utilized during the deliberations of the forum. My colleagues will be with you for the next few days to discuss this, and I hope that the experience and learning that we have in Cyprus in promoting peace and dialogue by using the world heritage will be very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kaidarov actually booked the flight ticket to participate with us today, but unfortunately, due to other engagement, he couldn't make it today. Instead of him, on behalf of UNDP Cyprus, we do have Fatma Terik over there. She's with us for the last 2 days to give her case studies with us. Thank you very much again. The theme of today's forum is participation, and we would like to invite more participants to the protection of the World Heritage System, and that is today's theme today. Now I would like to briefly introduce what we would like to discuss throughout today, and also we would like to introduce our speakers and the chair of the discussions briefly before we finishing our opening ceremony. Our forum is composed of 3 different sessions, but all those 3 sessions are connected and interact with each other. The first session is about policy, principle, and the role of the stakeholders. So we are going to talk about the stakeholders at international level, especially by UNESCO's policy and framework. And then we would like to talk about the principles of participations. And then we would like to talk about the concept and how is the role of the stakeholders in defining interpretation and presentation concept and that is the first session. Second session, we will move on to the national, international, and regional level to look at the reality and the challenges of stakeholders and the community issues, as well as the capacity building things. Last session, we are going to visit a little bit deeper into the different theme which needs the more consideration of the stakeholders. We would like to talk about the living with conflict. We would like to talk about the communities who are living and also are working in the natural heritage site. And also we will talk about the different types of heritage themes so that we can invite how we can invite the stakeholders to those kind of different themes. Between session 2 and session 3, we have a special guest who has been working with us for the last 2 months as a youth team. So we have invited our first prize youth competition team from yesterday to present their heritage interpretation plan. Now I would like to introduce each of the speakers of each sessions briefly. Okay. For session 1, for the first speaker, we have invited Mr. Joseph King from ICROM. And the second speaker of the session 1 is Professor Neil Kamal Chapakain from Ahmedabad University. The last speaker of the session 1 is Ms. So Jung Kang, the program specialist of the research office in WIPIC. The second session, which we are going to look at the national, regional, and international levels of the stakeholders, we have first speaker, Ms. Heri Shim, the head of the Education and Networking Office. Secondly, we have Mr. Munyaraji Mashamaya from the Great Zimbabwe Site Museums. And our, sorry, she was the order was changed. But our third speaker that I would like to introduce is Dr. Erika Menehin from Santa Cata of Italy. So Dr. Menehin would be the first speaker, and Ms. Shim would be the last speaker of the session 2. Sorry about that. And also we have the third session, and the first speaker of the third session is the Dr. Owen Bisley from South Wales National Park and the wildlife. And we have Dr. Chun Kim. He is coming soon, so I'd like to move on to Dr. Hyungyung. Oh, sorry. 오셨네요. 죄송합니다. 네네. I would like to introduce Dr. Kim Chun from the Jeonnam University as a second speaker of the session 3. Our last speaker of today and also last speaker of the session 3 is Professor Hyungyung Lee from Seogang University. And also we do have each session's discussion sessions. Our first session discussion chair is Professor Pil-won Han, the Vice President of E-commerce Korea. And the second chair and third chair, I have already introduced yourself so that you can refer to our publications. Thank you very much. This is the end of the opening ceremony, so we would like to have a group photo, and also we would like to offer you the beverage and coffees outside so that we can come back in 10 minutes. Thank you. Before we start, I would like to introduce all of you, to be honest, because you are the participants of our forum today. I'm not going to call your name, but I'd like to introduce which group are here today so that we all can participate and engage to the discussions all together with us. We do have the government officer and also from the municipal officers. We are here today. because we do know that pre-registration has been started online, so we do know their affiliated institutes and so on. We do have the e-commerce Korea members, and also we do have the newly elected ICROM Council members as well. We do have the guest from the National Research Institute of Cultural Heritage. We do have academic professors, students, and also we do have site managers. Thank you very much for coming with us. And lastly, we have the Korean Commission for UNESCO as well with us. Thank you very much for coming with us. Please mingle together. And also we have our special guests who have been participated for the last 2 months with us online. And actually we had a kind of competition which I'm going to introduce to you later on between session 2 and 3. And all the back there, we do have 12 students who hardly work on the competitions. Okay. Thank you very much for joining us. The theme of the first session is the need for the wider stakeholders in World Heritage System. So as I mentioned earlier, today in the opening ceremony, we will talk about policy, principle, and the role of the stakeholders in general first. I would like to invite Mr. Joseph King of ICROM as a first speaker to talk about the significance of communities or stakeholders as a new priority in implementing the World Heritage Convention. Please welcome Mr. Joseph King to the floor.
Thank you, Sujong. Thank you very much. Sujong is actually a long-time collaborator of ICROM, and I'm pleased to be here today. And I'd like to thank all of you for the invitation to come to Korea. Okay. No, this is not. Can I get my presentation up on the screen? There we go. Thank you. Okay, so the title of my presentation today is The Significance of Communities or Stakeholders as a New Priority in the Implementation of World Heritage. Now, in looking at the title of this presentation, already it signals to me, and this was a title that was given to me by WIPIC, it signals to me that we have an unclarity, let's say, in who are the actors that are needed for successful implementation of the World Heritage Convention. You see the word community or communities, you see the word stakeholders, you see the word participation, but the question becomes to me, how do we better understand who the actors are that need to be involved in the World Heritage Convention and its implementation over time? And so that's what I'd like to explore with you a little bit this morning. And I'm hoping that this works. Yes, good. So, during a recent course at ICROM, we asked the participants of that course to define who should be involved in the implementation of the World Heritage Convention, the management of World Heritage Sites. And you see on the screen, I know it's difficult for you to read because it's not so big, but a whole lot of words sort of came out of that. People, descendants, which I think is also interesting, the idea of people inheriting something from the past, so descendants. Youth, schools, staff, all sorts of people. So the question becomes, there's this whole large group of people who need to be involved in one way or the other in the management of World Heritage. But the question then becomes, how do we classify that? How do we understand that? How do we put that into some sort of a system, let's say? So my first stop on that, I'm hoping this works. And it doesn't. Sorry, no, it is again. Okay. So the first stop on that for me is to ask myself, who is actually in charge of the governance, let's say, of the World Heritage Convention. When I think about governance in the World Heritage system, and I should start out by saying that I've been involved in World Heritage now for 25 years. My first World Heritage Committee meeting was in 1997 in Naples. So I've been involved for more than 25 years in World Heritage. When I think about who's actually in charge of the governance of the World Heritage system, I tend to think about it in two levels, let's say. There's the governance of the convention itself, and then there's the governance and the management of the sites. And those are actually two different things that we need to think about. We can't think about the governance as one single thing. We need to break that down into two, so I'm going to do that. So governance in terms of the World Heritage Convention itself, I would make an argument that there are two main actors or two main, let's call them actors who are in charge of the governance in the World Heritage system, in the World Heritage Convention system, in the actual governance of the convention. And that is, the first one is the state parties. The state parties are sort of, which is countries, are sort of the all-powerful decision makers, let's say, in terms of governance in the World Heritage system. They're the ones who are responsible for identifying, protecting, conserving, and presenting and transmitting to future generations the World Heritage. They're the ones that are responsible for creating policies. They're the ones who are responsible for setting up services for protection, doing studies, scientific studies, technical studies, etc. So it's actually the state's parties that actually hold the power, if you will. Whether a site gets put on the World Heritage List, first and foremost, depends on whether a state party actually nominates it to be on the World Heritage List. And they have the power to do that. They don't have to ask anybody. They don't have to ask a community member. They don't have to ask a local government official or a local community. They can put that up. And so that's the first part of the governance in the World Heritage system. The second one, and again, it's not moving, sorry. There we go. The second one is the World Heritage Committee itself. And they are also really quite powerful because they're the ones who inscribe the sites on the World Heritage List when they've been put forward by a state party. They're the ones who examine the state of conservation of sites that are already on the World Heritage List. They make decisions about including sites or taking sites off the World Heritage List in danger. They're responsible for even deleting sites. We've had 3 sites deleted from the World Heritage List in all this time. So they have a very large decision-making role, let's say. And then the last thing that I wanted to mention here is they're also responsible for, let's say, the processes of World Heritage, the processes of how a nomination gets put forward and how it gets examined and how it gets decided. They're responsible for revising the operational guidelines if necessary, et cetera. So again, the World Heritage Committee then plays a very important role in the governance of the World Heritage Convention. Now that's at the convention level, but, and again, I'm going to hope that it moves. Yes, but there's a whole nother level of governance within World Heritage, and that is the governance and the management of the World Heritage properties themselves, and that's something that's done at a very, at a very different level. So again, I go back. I'm so sorry. This is okay. No, I'm going the wrong way. Still going the wrong way. Okay, sorry. So I'm going back again to my word cloud that I showed you before in analog, and this is actually more digital. But the question becomes, how do we engage local communities in the management and the governance and the management of World Heritage sites in particular? And there's a whole series of different words again that come out of that: local communities, residents, municipalities, tour operators, et cetera, et cetera. So then my question then becomes, how do we break that down? How do we try to understand that in a better way? And so what I've tried to do is I've tried to break that down into 4 groups. And this is my own breakdown. And people may or may not agree with this, but I would say if I think about who the actors are in the governance and the management of a World Heritage site, I think to myself, okay, the first group is the government. And we need to be careful about this, because when we talk about the government or we talk about the state's parties, we think we're talking about one group or one institution or one organization. But in fact, actually, often we're talking about a lot of different organizations. So we're talking about maybe the Ministry of Culture, maybe we're talking about the Ministry of Foreign Affairs also, because this is an international treaty, and so Foreign Affairs is involved. We're talking maybe about the Ministry of the Environment, because it's also natural heritage sites, and especially with cultural landscapes also, you have both culture and nature interacting with each other. So at the governmental level, you're talking about a lot of different stakeholders, if you will. But then, to make that even more complicated, you also have a level of government at a local level. You have municipalities, and you have potentially regional governments also, depending on what country you're working in. And then you've also got issue-based, what I call issue-based government institutions. So in a city that's on the water, you probably have a port authority, and that port authority doesn't necessarily answer directly to the Ministry of Culture. It doesn't necessarily answer directly to a Ministry of the Environment. It's got its own autonomy. A mining authority in some countries. I think of Zimbabwe, the mining authority I think is pretty strong. National Park Services, emergency agencies. And of course, you've got politicians, and they've got their own interests. So just thinking about the government, you're already thinking about a large group of stakeholders. Then you move down to another level, and I don't mean down to another level. You move to another level. It's not down. It's not less important. And it's what we call communities, or actually a lot of people call it the community. And this is actually another point that I want to make. Is it community or is it communities? Because I will make an argument that I've been in this business for 35 years. I've never been to a place where there is a community or there is the community. There are always 100 communities within a community. And anybody who thinks that they're speaking on behalf of the community are probably deluding themselves and thinking that they have the interest of everyone in their minds, and they don't. So every place has not one community, but it has a bunch of communities. And those communities could be related to a lot of different things: ethnicity, religion. There are a lot of different kinds of communities that we could be talking about. You also have things place-based or at a distance. I'm thinking of India. I think when there was a sacred site that was inscribed, or that was nominated for World Heritage. It was a sacred site related to the Sikh religion, and there was actually a large discussion amongst Sikhs in the diaspora outside of India, who actually had a lot of strong opinions as to whether that should be inscribed or whether that shouldn't be inscribed, or how it should be inscribed, what the values were, what the importance of it was, because that diaspora is actually around the world. So again, it's not even just necessarily a place-based community. That community could actually be much larger, and that's why at ICCROM we tend to think more about people, what we call people-centered approaches, because you also have individuals. And individuals have their own needs, and those individuals all make up communities. And the interesting thing about that is one individual can actually be a part of 2 or 3 different communities, or 5 communities, or 10 communities. They can be a part of an ethnicity, they can be a part of a religion, they can be a part of a professional community, they can be a part of a lot of different kinds of communities. And so the important thing for us is that we deal with these issues as what we call people-centered approaches to conservation. So I'll go down, and actually the last one that I'll mention, and I have it as number 4, but not because it's the least important, it's actually the most important, and that is what we call rights holders. Rights holders in many countries of the world, I'm talking about indigenous peoples, I'm talking about traditional communities that actually have a right to land, have a right to a certain area or a certain heritage. They have traditional knowledge, they have traditional ways of doing things, and we also have to respect those. And because they have the right to that, by treaty, by common understanding, we also have to pay a lot of respect for that. So the problem is when we talk about governance and management of a World Heritage Site, we actually have to think about a lot of, and I'll use the word actors here. I've consulted with my friend and colleague Eugene Zhou, who I think many of you probably know, who works at ICCROM and is in charge of the World Heritage the World Heritage Leadership Program. Sorry, I had to think about that for a minute. But Eugene said that the word that they're trying to use now is actors. There are many actors who are involved in the World Heritage System in one way or another. So they don't want to use the word community, they don't want to use the word stakeholder, they don't want to only use the word rights holder. I mean, all of these different people have a role that they can play in the system. Okay, and they come in all shapes and sizes. This is just a silly picture to say that all of these people can be actors one way or another in a World Heritage Site. So it's just to say that you tend to think of, oh, okay, the person who's going to work on the World Heritage Site and they're like me in a tie and a jacket. But no, I mean, there are a lot of different people coming in a lot of different ways. So what do you have to do then to engage them? So that's the question that we need to ask ourselves. Well, the first thing that you actually need to do is you need to map out who these people are. We need to understand who the actors are and how they are connected in one way or another to the site. Now, the other thing that I will say to you on that, though, is that has to stay open, because as you move forward with your plan for governance and for management of the site, you're going to discover people that you didn't know existed before. People are going to come out and suddenly they're going to say, no, but I have an interest in this. I'm related to this site in one way or another, and you may not have even known that. So you start out with a hypothesis and you develop a mapping of who I need to be dealing with. But the fact of the matter is that you actually need to keep that open, and you need to bring in other people as they develop themselves, let's say. So that's the first thing. The second thing that you see on the list, which is a little bit of a joke, but which is, this should start yesterday, not today, not tomorrow. You should have, with all due respect, whoever the site managers are here, you should have been doing this last week, you should have been doing this last year. So what that means is now you need to really make a commitment to it, and you need to be working on it from now, because you should have already been starting it in the past. My third point here is to listen before you speak. People know what they want. People know why places are important to them. You need to discuss that with them. You need to bring out the ideas. But the fact of the matter is that we shouldn't be, and I'm saying we in this case, as heritage people. I'm a heritage person. If I go into a place, people say, oh, Mr. King, he's an expert on this. Mr. King doesn't know anything. Mr. King shouldn't even be up here talking to you all today, to be honest with you, because Mr. King has a lot more to learn from all of you than you're going to learn from me in the next 10 minutes or 15 minutes, I think, whatever I have left. So the point is, I need to be coming in here and listening, and you all need to have that approach when you go and you work with people. You need to listen first before you speak. You need to expand the discussion beyond heritage. People have interest. People are interested in their heritage. I don't know anybody. Again, I'm going to go back to my 35 years. I've never been anywhere where people say I'm not proud of who I am or where I come from. I'm not proud of my heritage. But they also have other interests. They also have other needs. And we need to be able to incorporate the cultural heritage interest into also other needs, whatever they may be, economics, water, transport, whatever it may be. We need to look at how heritage can benefit people and how they can benefit by it. Finally, I think I've talked about the rights-based issue already. We really need to look at that. I think that is something that is really fundamental. And any place where we are, the first question that we need to ask ourselves is there a rights-based community or group of communities that are involved in that? So you have to set up that participatory process. Now I'm just going to and I'm not even going to go through these slide by slide, but just to say there has been progress in World Heritage. When I started 25 years ago, none of this was being talked about. When I went to ECROM to study in 1991, I did a paper on participation because nobody was talking about participation. When you looked at the operational guidelines from that point in time, 91, 92, there wasn't a lot of language that actually talked about this. The fact of the matter is, we've been working on that, and I would actually say I'm a part of that. I mean, I've been in these working groups, and we've been working on these starting in the 2005 revision of the operational guidelines, and actually more significantly, actually 2019, there was another change. But now, actually, in the operational guidelines, you start seeing human rights-based approaches, stakeholders, rights holders, managers, local and regional governments, indigenous people. I'm not going to read all of these paragraphs because you can go back and you can look at them yourselves. But you can see this in multiple paragraphs going all the way through the operational guidelines at this point in time. But the question becomes, I'm trying to go to the next one. Yeah, there we go. But the question becomes, is the World Heritage Committee actually, they've put, and again, I mentioned this before, it's the World Heritage Committee that changed the operational guidelines. So at some level, they agree with this. The question becomes, do they actually take that up in practice? And I'm going to make an argument that they don't as much as you would think that they would. You know, so they've put the words down on paper, but have they actually, are they walking the walk, or are they only talking the talk? I don't know if that makes any sense. I don't know if that translates into different languages, but in any event, you know, are they walking the walk, or are they not? And I would argue that they're not yet. But my hope is that as time goes on, they put the language in there. It's there. IUCN and ICOMOS, when they do an evaluation of a new site for inscription, they look and they see, are there indigenous communities here that need to be looked at? They look and see, has this been done in a participatory manner? And they make recommendations to the World Heritage Committee specifically based on that, saying, is this, no, this hasn't been done in the right way, let's say, or no, this hasn't taken into account these indigenous communities. Now, the question then becomes, does the committee listen to them? Because as I said, it's the committee that's actually the strongest governor of the actual implementation of the World Heritage Committee. And the answer is no, they don't listen a lot of times. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they'll refer something, you know, for a year or for 2 years. Generally speaking, it gets on the list. So there's still some work, I would say, that actually needs to be done in order to actually implement these things that, you know, these paragraphs of the operational guidelines. I want to conclude now with just a few thoughts on interpretation, because of course this forum specifically is about interpretation. And I think interpretation must be seen as an integral part of the governance and the management of a World Heritage Site. And so in fact, what I've just been talking to you about involving various actors is something that's also important for the interpretation process. And I've talked about interpretation in the past, and so I'm sorry. Yeah, oops, no, I went the other way again, sorry, okay. But we need to be involving these actors in the various phases. And I'll just start by saying, and again, I've said this in the past, but we have to recognize that the interpretation and the presentation of a World Heritage property actually begins with the preparation of the nomination dossier itself. That's when you start telling the story. That's when you start actually interpreting what is that site about. And as a result of that, it is absolutely imperative that you bring the relevant actors in. You don't need to be bringing these actors in once the site is inscribed and then you bring everybody together and say, okay, now we need to manage this. No, you need to be bringing them in the first instance when you're starting the nomination process, because they're going to have stories to tell also, and those stories may end up being part of the OUV. And so they need to be contributors directly already in the interpretation process, which starts with the development of the dossier. The second thing to keep in mind is that the OUV is only part of the story that you need to tell about a property. OUV is specifically related to World Heritage, but there are a lot of other heritage values which may also be important in that particular site. And therefore, when you do the interpretation, when you tell the story of that site, you need to tell not just the OUV story, but you also need to tell all of the other values that are associated with that. I'm not, because I'm out of time already and I know that, I'm not gonna go into depth on this, but just to say that Fort Jesus, which is in Mombasa, is a Portuguese fort, and that the main reason it's on the World Heritage List is because it's a Portuguese fort from the 15th century. But the fact of the matter is that there are a lot of other stories to tell. There are a lot of other communities that are there, and they've started telling those stories within the fort. There are exhibits now in the fort. And the other thing that I really love about this is now there's also an exhibit in the fort which talks about the African archaeologists. African archaeologists were never recognized as being important. It was always the white archaeologists coming from the UK or coming from Germany or coming from wherever that were considered to be the important archaeologists. Well, there's an exhibit now at Fort Jesus. It's only temporary for now. I'm trying to convince them to make it permanent, where they actually acknowledge the African archaeologists who worked on this fort. So again, it's about telling multiple stories related to the OUV, but also not necessarily related to the OUV. And I think those are things that we need to be taking into account. And I'm gonna close now because I'm at the end of my time. But I want to thank you all very much, and I look forward to talking with you over the next couple of days. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You are on time, so don't worry. Thank you very much. We have to bear in mind the last 2 points when Mr. Joe King mentioned about the interpretation and presentation. Number one is that we have to invite different communities, different stakeholders from the beginning of the writing up the nomination process. Secondly, he mentioned about we have to consider the other values, not only the OUV, but also other values, which probably will connect it to the first recommendations together. Once we have more communities, more stakeholders, then we probably will have contain other values from the different voices. We will go into look at that in the second speaker and the third speaker together. Now I'd like to invite Professor Neil Kumar Shapakain from the Ahmedabad University of India to talk about communities in World Heritage interpretation and management, from recognition to active participation. Please welcome Professor Neil Kumar Shapakain.
Thank you, Sujong. Good morning, everyone. First of all, thanks to Sujong and the entire WIPIC team for inviting me over here. And thanks, Joe, for setting the tone and really establishing why the communities are important. What I'm going to do is take it to the next level and see how can we ensure the participation. And being an academic, I would like to be more theoretical today and talk about a kind of a framework or a theoretical framework that I have been thinking and working. So it's a work in progress, but I hope it makes sense for this year's forum. So, oops. Am I holding it wrongly? All right. So yeah, how do we ensure the active participation of the community? So that's the framework I will talk. Some of the slides are repeated with Joe, but that's totally fine because these are important points to re-emphasize. Community or communities? So at the outset, I would like to make it clear that, like Joe, I also strongly believe that there is no single community. So it's not a singular term. It's better used as a plural term. And I'll come back to that with reference to other conventions as well. But to start with, the World Heritage Convention from the 1972, in its Article 5, actually recognizes the need to recognize the community. And this is where I would like to make a difference. And in 1970s, at best, they could think of is to recognize. And my argument today is to know, let's move ahead and engage them actively. Now, how do we do that? The operational guidelines in its multiple revisions, Joe again repeated his own involvement. And the 5 C's are very famous. Yesterday, I heard the students also using it. But I would like to point out that the 5th one, which is the communities, was actually inserted only in 2005, 2007. So until then, the communities was taken for granted, not really into the process. And this is how the World Heritage System itself is evolving, and we need to recognize that, right? Because sometimes, many of our taken for granted assumptions, we think it's already there, and only when we critically examine many of our site management practices, we recognize that actually we are missing very important things. So this is something to keep in mind. And as Joe mentioned, the latest revision of the operational guidelines has a very important paragraph, paragraph 123, which actually highlights that the community engagement needs to be there from the very beginning, the nomination process. And this is where I would like to connect to Joe's point that when we think of heritage interpretation and presentation, it is not like an icing on the cake that comes after you made the cake. It is a very much important part of the making of the cake itself, not just the icing. And that means that this process has to start from the very beginning. What that means is, like the operational guidelines suggested, the nomination process itself needs to think of communities. And one of the ways to do that is to think of the interpretation process as a way to do that. Because when you interpret your heritage values, and if you engage communities at that point in time, perhaps multiple values are recognized. And in terms of the World Heritage Properties Management, we always talk about OUV. But here in the interpretive practice, it's not just about OUV, it's also about many other values. And some of these values might be conflicting. Some of these values might be considered as a minority value and may have been easily slipped or ignored, right? So we need to think of that from the very beginning. This is where I also, yesterday, Sujang and some of our colleagues here were talking about how can we move forward. And one of the arguments I make is it moving on its own? I think I'm done. I would like to mention another convention which we typically don't talk when we're talking about World Heritage Convention, because if you actually look at the language of the Can you help me to go to the 2003 convention slide from there, maybe? Because if you read the language of, yes, right here, language of the revision of the operational guidelines, you'll recognize that some of the phrases actually are influenced by the 2003 convention. Like today we talk about communities, groups, and individuals. I think this parallel convention, as equally important as the World Heritage Convention, gave this very important concept and clarified some of the nuances there. I would say the 2003 convention is not fully clear on it and how to deal with it, but at least it has a good start. And I can see that being brought into the operational guidelines revision of the World Heritage Convention. Now, the concept of communities, groups, and individuals actually helps us to understand what Joe pointed, that it's not a community, it's communities. Now, when do we think of communities, even within one community, if there are multiple set of communities, then one way to break it down is to think of communities as being composed of groups, different groups, and groups might be formed on different interests. There might be business interests, there might be rights, there might be other responsibilities, or any kind of thing. But then it might even eventually boil down to individuals. And I think when we talk about communities, even individual is a part of the community, and individual in itself might also be a representative of a community. So I think this is a very important, although in practice it's very difficult to do it. When you have so many actors, as Joe suggested, are active, then how are you, because if everybody speaks their own languages, then we're not going to understand what is the core thing. So there is a challenge, but that's where I think sometimes thinking about a theoretical framework might help. The other thing I would like to mention is, this is not the first time we're talking about it. Way back in 2008, ICOMOS General Assembly in Canada passed this ICOMOS Charter. And thanks to WIPIC, again, we are, since more than 1 year past, we have been working on this concept of heritage interpretation and presentation. Obviously, this is a starting point. And in this particular charter, I would like to recognize that there are Objective 5 and 6, which actually touches upon the need of community engagement in heritage interpretation, right? But then we are already discussing that probably this charter needs to go one step forward. Few other points. We need to also recognize what the NARA document on authenticity highlighted. It highlighted on the diverse notions of authenticity, the idea of cultural diversity and all that. That also sort of adds to this conversation. The Getty Conservation Institute's values-based approach, I think, has also added another dimension. And following that, I would also like to recognize, ICROM's living heritage approach, or the people-centered approach, is really now, trying to help us to figure out these nuances and find a way forward. And I'm happy to see, many of the colleagues here have been part of that. And if that is the case, then as Joe pointed out, we are talking about heritage interpretation, we're talking about world heritage interpretation. And they are slightly different, but I guess sometimes these are just the rhetoric. And at the level of site management, as Joe pointed, the governance happens at that level, governance happens at the very World Heritage Committee level also. So a site manager's responsibility is probably to think about heritage interpretation in all its forms rather than just the OUV interpretation. And I think that's something important for us to look at. Now, coming back to the participation. This is a classic model from the 60s. Sherry Arnsten first wrote it, ladder of citizen participation. Just to add to the conversation here, the term participation actually came from the development discourse, right? Because after the World War, with the UN system flourishing and the world becoming a peaceful place, or at least aspiring to be a peaceful place, this idea was floated to provoke that we need to work together. It's not just that experts or the government does things, but we need to work together, involve everybody. So it's not a new term, right? And that's where Sherry Arnsten proposed this ladder of citizen participation to remind us that what we may think as a participatory process may actually be very tokenistic only. It may not be a real. And then this is what this ladder helps us to recognize. Like, for example, if you look at the first rung of the ladder, the first step is manipulation, meaning that you may have noticed, in your places or in your countries, there might be development projects, there might be heritage projects, and the reports might say, oh, we have done a participatory process. And if you go into the detail, you may find that actually what it means is a bunch of experts coming together and doing this and that, and then calling that as a participation. So that's the manipulation in the best its form. So that's the very lowest level of participation. And if you can move up, it's like, yeah, we're not manipulating, we're actually concerned about you, we'll solve your problem. So it's a therapy. Or no, we'll do everything, but we'll keep you informed. Third level. Or no, we'll not just keep you informed, we'll also consult you before we start informing you. Next level. right? So this ladder actually conceptualizes the process of participation in steps like a ladder where you try to go to the higher level, right? And really the uppermost level is the citizen control, meaning that yes, the citizens, the people are in the power, they are in charge, which I think is a very nice idea, but in reality probably that may not happen. Or if that may happen, it may have some clash with the governance system, so there are challenges there. So what I'm going to suggest is probably we need not be too utopian in our approach right now. I think it will take time, but at least the partnership or the delegated power level is what we can aim at this point. That's my assessment. And I'm not the first one to sort of bring this ladder concept into the heritage interpretation discussion. If you have paid attention to the WIPIC's forum last year and the webinar series it organized, I find that Yujiju already talked about bringing the Seri Anston's ladder of citizen participation into heritage interpretation, and he also suggests the ladder of heritage interpretation. However, there is a difference I noticed between Seri's concept and Yujizu's concept, that Yuji doesn't see this as a hierarchy, as a moving up. It's a horizontal concept for him, and that's the second diagram from his paper. You can actually find it in one of the publications. You'll get it here, right? So I would like to take it to the next level and say that, okay, and this is fine. This is not creating a hierarchy, but can we use this ladder concept as a way to improve our participatory process? That's what I would like to focus on. And to do that, I sort of took the ladder concept and created my own ladder. And instead of having too many, I just went by the clusters. Like what you see here, the first two are the non-participation. They are actually not a participatory process. The middle one is tokenism, meaning these are symbolic. These are, yeah, you are trying, but not there. And the last one is really giving power to the citizen. So similarly, I also tried to use the concept and had this 4 basic cluster of steps in my ladder of participatory heritage interpretation. And in this one, the very basic, the lowest most, is when the professionals actually ignore the communities. They think they are the experts, they know, and they know what to do, that's what. I also do here with the 2 color codes, the red representing the professional worldview, the blue representing the sort of ground view or the community people, whatever you call it, or the actors. And please keep in mind those might be diverse, right? And then I use a graphic system to represent that communities at the x-axis. So communities' interest to participate as the base, that is the x-axis, and the interpreters or experts' willingness to collaborate with the communities as the y-axis. And what I'm suggesting is the participatory process is actually a negotiation between these 2 axes. And it's not a fixed equation that you will have. You will have to see, according to the context, according to the level of interest, engagement of these two groups of communities, the experts and the communities, and see that. So in the first step, on the one hand, and please note here that I have put the experts on the top, which is to represent that that's the reality today that we actually dominate, but it need not be. It can be flipped. That would be the ideal way. Or as Joe suggested, it need not be seen as a hierarchy. But here, in the space of 2-dimensional representation, I've just done it this way. So the red one, in the first step, is when the experts community ignore, or the concerned communities or the people or the local actors, they are ignored. They don't care. They are not very coming forward. Then we are at the very first step of participatory process that actually, we are on our own worlds, we don't talk to each other. Move to the next step. Now what would happen there is the experts community would start acknowledging the community, saying, no, we need to approach them, right? So it's a good gesture. And on the other hand, it would require that the ground communities would also need to come forward. They should be showing their interest. They should be keen to participate. If the experts want to have the participatory process, the site communities are not interested, then it's not going to happen. So I'm going to suggest that it's not like you cannot clap with one hand. You need 2 hands, right? So one hand is the experts, one hand is the communities. So that's the framework I'm using. That's what would lead to the second step, which is good attempt. You are trying to acknowledge, you are trying to show interest. Then let's aim to go higher up, the next step where the experts really try to collaborate with the communities. From the very beginning, from the interpretation process, interpretation of the values itself, while writing the nomination dossier itself, we try to collaborate. But what that requires is, it requires the engagement from the community. Community also needs to come forward, right? Because in Nepal, at least I have noticed some of the sites that are under discussion for nomination, sometimes the government's team goes for the consultation and the community says, oh, we don't want to talk to you. Then that's, so the aim is to go for the third step, but then there is no response from the other. So what this means is behind this particular diagram, there are so many nuances operating, and we need to be cognizant of that. And make sure that we can enable this process for both of these sites to come together. And if they start collaborating, if they start engaging with each other, then that's really at the third step of the ladder of participatory interpretation. And then for me, the highest step is when the communities, meaning the site managers, the different actors related to a heritage site, are already engaged. They're already active in their own ways, and they see a need for some experts' help or the government help. And then the government or the experts or whoever comes from the red domain would also start using what the communities are thinking, what they are talking, what are their priorities. As a starting point to interpret the heritage, that's really at the top level of participatory process. Because when you start doing that, even if you may not have used the word participation in your report, that's not a concern, because you are already there to listen to each other, collaborate. And to me, that's the higher level. Now, what this does is this will allow us to assess the situation first. Where are we? We as an expert, we as a community, what are our nuances, what are our interests, how far we are active, and are we willing to talk to the other group, right? And assessing that, if we recognize that, oh, I'm just at the second step, and that's not really where I want, then what do I need to do? Okay, let me go back and talk to my own folks and prepare them. Or let me reach out to the government and ask them that I need this, right? So to me, this framework would help us to first assess and devise a strategy which would start interpreting heritage and preparing your nomination dossier or management plan or management process, whatever it is. But interpreting heritage through this framework, I think that will be a good start. But this would then require a certain thing, which is, what do we mean by this community participation in a broader sense, not just about heritage interpretation, but in a broader. This was from my 2012 paper. I published a paper along with my PhD 10 years ago. And I was also, like Joe, I was also looking at the participation as the key. And this is 20 years after Joe wrote that paper. And I'm still finding, yeah, we talk, but we don't walk the walk, right? So talking the talk versus walking the walk is really important. And this is what I figured out, that there are sometimes vested mission agenda. There are mission given to the experts, and the experts are guided by them, and they want to reach to the communities when they already know what to be done, right? That is the very conventional model. What I suggested was, no, it has to be a dialogic model. It has to be interactive, and that's the second model. Now, using this same framework from 2012, that is a published paper, I then used this to the context of heritage interpretation. And here, the very conventional heritage interpretation is, the experts already know what is heritage. And this is what Lawson Smith calls as the authorized heritage discourse, right? It's already given. And that sort of influences the whole narrative, the interpretation. And then that's what we take it to the community and say that, we're going to educate you, we're going to involve you. This is the conventional framework, and I think all of us will agree that this needs to change. Now, my way of thinking about change is, again, this has to be an interactive process, right? Not just you start with the ASD, but you actually start with the heritage itself, whether it's a thing or a site or anything, and see what does that mean to me, to the other folks, everybody. And through that interaction, you figure out what needs to be interpreted, how should we interpret it, and let that interpretation as a process of having a dialogue between these different actors. Now, to me, if this happens, then this interpretation process is participatory. It allows us. So to use that ladder that I suggested, we need to have this system in place. If it is not there, then that concept of ladder has no meaning, no sense. So these two are kind of terms and conditions to me to be able to work in a participatory model of heritage interpretation. Now, if this happens, then you can actually implement this framework. And what it does, in my opinion, is the two arrows that I'm showing. It's not an absolute reality. It's not an end in itself. It's a process I'm suggesting, whereby if we are conscious about these multiple dynamics that are happening on a site at different levels, at the World Heritage Committee level or the site level or the government member state level, what it does is, on the experts domain, it will push for participatory interpretation, right? That's the goal. We don't know where we can reach, but that's all right as long as you hire. And the lower one, on the blue side, if you see, it will ensure that your quality of interpretation will much more connected to the people. It's much more nuanced interpretation. So I think this framework is not going to solve it, and it's not like a formula that I'm trying to suggest. But what I'm suggesting is, if we keep this in mind, first it will help us assess where am I? Where am I situated? Where are we situated? And what is the scope of our dialogue, participatory engagement? Because to me, participation is not like there is one actor, one, let's say, expert, and then expert needs to involve. That's not the participation. Participation is expert also needs to participate in the context, right? Like Joe suggested, he came from ICROM not to give us a lecture, but he came here with a keen interest that, okay, let me also hear from others. So that's the attitude. So the two frameworks, the three bubble diagram and this particular ladder, to me is a way of thinking about participation, not imagining right now that, oh, I'm going to solve all the problem, but at least if I'm conscious about it, I think the approach will be far more better. So I think that's all I could think for my contribution for today's session. Thank you for listening and thank you for this opportunity. And as I said, this is work in progress. So what I would be doing very keenly is looking at like yesterday's students' presentations and your presentations and see whether this makes sense and whether we can work together in doing something like this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Neil Kamal Shakapine. He summarized with two slides. One is about the community's engagement assessment, so that we do have two different axes. One is the interpreter's willingness to include the participatory approach, and the other axis is the community's interest. So we have to assess those two axes together to assess where we are now. Now we would like to move on a little bit deeper into the how we can engage the communities and stakeholders in the defining the concept of heritage interpretation and presentation. We would like to invite Ms. So-Jung Kang, the program specialist of the research office of the WIPIC, and she is going to talk about the repositioning who in defining heritage interpretation and presentation. Please welcome Ms. Kang to the floor.
Thank you so much, Soo-Jung. Today I prepared the presentation on repositioning who in defining heritage interpretation and presentation. It is, as a brief background information, WIPIC has been operated a definitions and concepts working group for the last 1.5 and 2 years, trying to focus what is interpretation and presentation are and how we need to understand it, where we are at the moment. And this presentation is a little bit of part of the discussion that we had for the last 2 years, pretty much focusing on who should be participate and who should be in part of the process of interpretation and presentation. So by far, a lot of scholars and interpretation institutions try to define what heritage interpretation is, and formerly it used to be dominantly like communication, either communication process or educational activity. And a lot of people and site managers and interpreters following these definitions for their directions. But then I do not have doubt that heritage interpretation can have the function of communication and education. However, it is still questionable that it is all of that. Is it everything? Communication and education is everything in interpretation and presentation. That was the question that WIPIC started from. And that's why we tried to focus on defining new concept or revisiting concept, even though there are a great charter of ICOMOS in 2008. And it is because it's very natural to have different ideas, because we have a lot of different stakeholders, communities, and one side, and it is very natural to have different opinions. However, it does not explain that why we are facing so much difficulties and so much issues at not just in World Heritage Site, but any other heritage site, having different opinions on narratives and heritage values. So I think that's why some recent scholars, for example, Neil Silverman, are taking into consideration the heritage interpretation as public discourse. So we also try to recollect all of the ideas from the literature before. Moving over to heritage presentation, I would say there is not as much as discussions on focusing on the presentation. However, there are some meaningful points that we can draw. Last year's WIPIC forum, our colleague, Mr. Namon Kim, derived his ideas based on his research and with the Hanyang University here, that the presentation is crucially related to how to present heritage values. And it is important to think about developing the environment for the people to stimulate communication and expressions to deliver heritage values. And one of our working group members, Professor Manuel Gandara Vasquez, he said the presentation works as a scaffolding to understanding heritage sites. So I think we can get some hint from some clue from those discussions and ideas about what heritage presentation is. Now we draw a lot about the World Heritage context, but I would like to focus on if the World Heritage actually deals with interpretation and presentation in their official document. If you see on the left side, the interpretation, the word itself did not mention on the World Heritage Convention text, none of it. And only 6 times in operational guidelines, but then no direct mention in the main guidelines. It has only some mentions in the annex and reference list. And presentation, on the other hand, it was pretty much mentioned on the directly in the context that it is some actions comes with conservation, and it always used with conservation and presentation, or it has been used as synonym of representation. So that shows some other points, because in recent years, if you see the decision documents of World Heritage Committee, we use a lot of interpretation, the word, as strategies and plans, but it does not have the concept inside of the system that all World Heritage sites are following. So and the bigger problem is that a lot of state parties are facing the issue that they need to do something with interpretation plans, interpretation strategies, but none of the official documents saying what interpretation is, what presentation is. So that is why we started this whole discussions and working group as well. I think the most important part is about asking why we are facing the different issues. I think when we are talking about, I think this heritage is valuable because of this. It's not, identifying values does not really a problem, because I think it's the better, the more the better. However, when we try to make decisions on the, for example, World Heritage nomination process or designation on the national list, or trying to set up a explanation board on the site, what we are facing as issues is that what we are going to select to present at the site. And one of the biggest insight of our one of the biggest concerns that we had in our working group is that those 2 points at the bottom, anyone can do heritage interpretation and presentation in 2023. You can post an Instagram post on your Instagram, and you can just say that, oh, my heritage site is valuable because of this. And these are all heritage interpretation and presentation, and we cannot control or involve all of the interpretation and presentation that is happening in the world. That is the point that we need to admit as heritage professionals. And that is why we said that we need guidance for decision making to guide us with some considerable points, because at some point we need to make decisions either on the sites or on the list or for the World Heritage Committee, but we need to know where and how we make decisions. That is the point of the working group, I think. And now we're moving over to why this matters, who. I didn't say community yet because I wasn't sure about if it's gonna be community, stakeholders, or someone else. So why this who question matters? It was also part of the official agenda of working group, but also it was this question came up every single meeting, and I think Neil would agree with it that there was a lot of discussions. Believe me, it was harsh, and now we try to find how we understand heritage interpretation and presentation. I think that will give us some clue about this who issue. The heritage interpretation process, it's aiming to understand heritage, identify values, and engage people as a part of the heritage itself. And it needs participation, experience, and communication during the process of interpretation. And presentation, it aims to ask how. It is about how we are going to do this. And it needs to think about the concrete methodologies and the more focused purpose that we would like to achieve through heritage presentation. That is why participants are crucial in this process, because it influences to the outcome. It influences to the outcome of heritage interpretation and presentation, what we are actually seeing on the site. If you walk on a heritage site, you can see a lot of signs, or either you can see just one arrow signs just showing you the route without any explanation. That is actually the result of some kind of decision making happened beforehand. That is the result of the interpretation and presentation. So this outcome of decision making to do so, that is the matter what we need to think about in this context. So that's why I think community should actively participate as an actor, as a performer, as a decision maker, and this is the connection between interpretation and presentation and the people that we would like to asking for the involvement. So communities, I know this is very tiring conversation we've had for years and years, and we don't even know who the communities are. And Joe and Neil, they listed of a lot of community or people. I think they have all different roles. I admit that I'm not giving you an answer, but this is what I think. They have different roles. The communities can be participants, communities can be actors, they can be performers, they can be right holders, they can be stakeholders. These all different, I would say, roles are all the roles that we need to consider as what community can do on your site. So first role that I would like to focus is decision maker. We need to make them to be part of the process of decision making. Let's think about your own site. You must have a lot of, let's say, decision making process. You need to select or you need to choose, decide something. Do you have community members in your process? This community, I think heritage communities can have their understanding and comprehended information. They have knowledge. They have a lot of oral histories they might have heard from their families. Then they probably, I'm pretty sure that they have ability to speak out their voices about heritage. It does not mean that they should leave, like physically live on the site, or they should be like local residents around the nearby city. I think heritage communities are someone who can voice up for their site. If they have ideas, if they have feelings, if they have their own meanings about the site, that's the heritage community. And that is enough ability to, they actually have enough ability to understand the site, and they can make decisions with comprehensive consideration. I've been to the ICOMOS General Assembly in September and saw a lot of brilliant cases in Australia. I think Olwen would introduce in the afternoon session. they already introduced or invited communities. They gave communities making decisions, and those decisions are the directions for heritage professionals. All of the site managers, what they're doing is based on the community. The second thing is community as performers. They need capacity building to grow their experience, knowledge about the site, and finally they will have some wisdom to continue their heritage on their own. That is what I think the capacity building for community should be provided. So through the community capacity building, they will get some practical skills and information which is believed to be contribute to the better decision making that will be followed in the future. So I think that goes also connected to the second and third session for today's forum. Now I would like to, going back to the interpretation and presentation that WIPIC is trying to follow. I would like to note that this is draft and this will be developed. It's still an ongoing discussion. I didn't get permission from the working group, but then this is a direction that we are following. Heritage interpretation is a meaning-making process through communication, participation, and experience. We know that heritage interpretation can be done by anyone, but what we're doing needs communication and people's participation and the meaningful experiences, both from the communities and also someone who is new to your site. And heritage presentation, this sentences has been worked for the last 5 or 6 months, and it was just derived in the last week. We understand that presentation is a range of methods of interpretation delivery for enhancing experience, raising awareness and understanding, and inspiring. The most important part is inspiring engagement with heritage. So I think you can go follow to the philosophy or ideology based underneath those 2 or 3 sentences. And I think you can also understand and where we are going, where WIPIC and all of the interpretation and presentation world should go. Last but not the least, I think, as I said, this is not giving you an answer or anything. We are still on the discussions and a lot of dialogues about what interpretation and presentation is, and WIPIC is always open to your perspectives and your insight, and this is going to be changed and developed over time. So please knock on us anytime so that we can listen from all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. As Ms. Kang mentioned, that WIPIC has been working on the new concept of heritage interpretation and presentation after the 2008 NMI Charter has been drafted. In defining the concept of it, as Sojong mentioned, we have tried our best to include the community and their engagement and their involvement and their participations. We would like to hope to listen what you believe and what you say, what your opinions, to defining and finalizing our definition sentence by the end of this year. And all the publications and all the reports about those kind of working group is going to be uploaded into our website. Thank you very much, Sojong. Now, this is the 3 presentations we have finished for session 1, and we would like to continue the discussion session with the chair of the discussion, Professor Pil-Won Han. Please bear with us just 1 minute to set out the table.
Hello. Yeah, we appreciate very much the 3 nice and instructive presentations. Thank you so much. My name is Han Pil-Won. I'm moderating this discussion. I found maybe the topic of the discussion appears on page 104. what do we need to consider for the more recognition and participation of stakeholders in the next 50 years of World Heritage System? In 50 years, some, including myself, will not be in this planet anyway. Listening to the three presentations, we came to understand the complexity and overlapping aspect of recognizing and defining the actors, including communities. And the Shapagain presented framework is very simple but instructive, and it's very impressive, the interactive diagrams between the actors, and Kang So-jung, who addressed the matters of who, the subjects of the sentences of interpretation. Listening to these presentations, I think we should step forward one pace in recognizing and defining the actors. I think we should recognize and define and acknowledge the needs or benefits of the actors, including the diverse actors. I think it would be more practical in practicing the community participation in interpretation as well as conserving the heritages. So would you three speakers give some more words on this topic, the next step of the recognition and participation of the actors, stakeholders, and communities? Yeah. Yeah. No other. Would you switch on? In the middle. Let's switch.
Yes, no, I got it. Oh. I think it's fine. Yeah, thank you. Needs and benefits of actors. If I would like to think about it, I would like to acknowledge what has been done already or what is in process, and probably I would suggest where should we aspire to be. I would like to look at maybe three aspects. One is the nomination process itself, because at least reflecting back on a site that I'm very keen on from Nepal, what I find is in the nomination preparation process, there is a gap. There is a gap from the nomination writers or the team who would be authorized to write the nomination to actually go and try to understand what are the needs, what are their thoughts. And often this lack of understanding is interpreted as, oh, the communities do not want the World Heritage inscription. They are not interested in heritage because they want, let's say, a road. They want to develop a market, right? And I think there is a lack of mutual understanding of what are the interests of the state party versus of the local community. And I think that's one important part, that in the nomination process itself, how do we use the heritage interpretation as an opportunity to recognize the needs and the benefits of different actors on the ground. I think that's, to me, is the first one. The second one is then comes to the management, right? Because World Heritage nomination today requires, in the very beginning, to have a management plan to be presented. Now, how are we responding to those needs and benefits if we have recognized? If we have not recognized, that's a missing point. You have to first work on that. But if we have recognized, then how do you make a balance between some of the needs and some of the heritage values? I think that's a classic debate that we always have, the heritage versus development debate. Although I tend to think that development and the heritage discourses are not so different, right? So that's the second, in terms of managing, how do we do it? And the third is, I think we really need to be thinking forward. I think the theme of the session is to think about the next 50 years, right? And this is really an important question because we have already come almost 50 years of the convention, and now we are thinking 50 years ahead. To think about this question, the third step would be, let us reflect what have we done in the last 50 years, because whatever was the convention anticipating back in the 70s, we have the reality now. So this is the time to do the reality check and have our course correction and plan our next 50 years of action. That would be my contribution for this question. Thank you.
Thank you. Joseph Kim, please.
Yes, good. Thank you. Yes, the 50-year issue is an interesting one. This is a side point, but I'm actually very disappointed because we just had the 50-year anniversary this past year, and I was actually hoping for a robust discussion of these kinds of issues. And this whole issue of the next 50, which was the theme, was actually something that I was really hoping that there was going to be a good discussion about this. Unfortunately, due to situations in the world, and I obviously don't want to get into that, we didn't even have a World Heritage Committee session last year, and the celebrations of the 50 years of the World Heritage Convention weren't substantial in any way, shape, or form. We had a much stronger discussion after the 40 years. In fact, actually, some things came out of the 40-year discussion. This idea now of a two-phase nomination approach, for example, was something that actually was born, if I can use those words, at the 40th anniversary of the World Heritage Convention as an idea, and it took 10 years to actually get it to be developed and thought about and all that kind of stuff. So it took time, but it came from that, and I was hoping something was going to come out of the 50, or at least start the discussion in the 50, and we were not really able to do that. Anyway, to go back a little bit to the question in terms of benefits, I think one of the issues, and I sort of hinted at this in my presentation, but I think it's worth saying again. People like me who are experts, which again I should say I hate that word. Because I don't think anyone is an expert. I think you have to go humbly into something. But the problem a lot of times with nominations for World Heritage is that a state party hires somebody to come in and write a nomination for them. And the problem with that is that the person who's writing that nomination is not from the place usually. Sometimes they are. Most of the time they're not from the place. And that to me is a huge mistake. Now, there is a need, because there are certain values that are maybe not going to be appreciated at a local level. I'm going to go back to my Mombasa example. I'm not sure how many people in Mombasa know about Portuguese fort building in the 15th century. Not because they're not smart, but just because it's not something that they're necessarily going to, they're not necessarily going to be thinking about that in the local community or in the local communities, as I would say. So you're going to need some expertise on architecture, some expertise on history of architecture, history of landscape, whatever it is, depending on the site. But nevertheless, the idea of actually having from the very, very beginning a strong dialogue, a strong interaction back and forth with people from the place, and again, it's communities of the place, because you are going to get different opinions. You're going to get different points of view. I mean, if I think of even the situation in Rome. I mean, my wife is Italian, but my wife is actually Roman. I mean, her family is 7 generations or more Roman. And a lot of people living in Rome are not Romans. They're people coming from outside because it's the capital city of the country. So even people living in Rome, you're going to have different viewpoints on certain things. So I think the benefit of this actually is, the benefit of starting from the beginning is actually going to be making it a dialogue. I mean, it's sort of actually something that you said also in your presentation. It's not communication necessarily it's really starting a dialogue. It's actually starting a mediation. In some places, that mediation is going to be conflictual. In some places, it may not be conflictual, but it may be just not understanding, not recognizing the other points of view. But I think that's actually really an important benefit that we can actually have if we actually approach this in the right way, which is to actually look at this as a dialogue, look at this as an opportunity to really understand a place in its different facets according to different to different people. And I do want to say one last thing, and then I'll stop, which is that this is also an ongoing process. We're talking about the beginning of the nomination process, and that's true. You have to start it from the beginning of the nomination process. But the interpretation process will go on long after it's inscribed on the World Heritage List. I mean, there's always going to be this dialogue, and there's always going to be new facts uncovered. There are going to be new archaeological discoveries. There are going to be new ideas that are coming out. There are going to be new interpretations amongst people living in a place, thinking about things in a different way. And so this interpretation process, it gets we start out in the nomination process. It gets inscribed at a certain point in time, but that's not the end of the process either. That's actually only a point in an ongoing interpretation and representation, because again, as interpretation changes over time, or as it gets, not even changes, but gets developed over time, you're going to need representation techniques also. And so I think we need to look at this as a continuing process and a continuing benefit to the communities, because actually it continues the dialogue.
Thank you. Speaking of needs and benefits of the actors, including the communities, in terms of interpretation, I think that the needs and benefits of the communities reflect the community's interpretation on the heritage. So, in this context, could you give us some more words on the matter of the recognition and participation of stakeholders?
I think Neil and Joe covered very important point. And what I would like to also add on their words is that the interpretation is actually happening before the nomination. While all of the cities and local governments, national governments, they're preparing, during the preparation of a nomination process, they try to find OUV, and to find OUV, they need to actually identify what is the value of the site, and keep asking those questions. Those whole process is interpretation, and I think that is very, very, very valuable for a lot of state parties, not just who wants to be listed on the World Heritage List, but okay. I am from Busan city in South Korea, and Busan is the Busan wartime capital is on the tentative list, and I think the biggest achievement of Busan city is the process of how they proceeded to prepare the nomination. Because I would say, it's not criticism, but Busan city has not really focused on the historical backgrounds until 2000 or 2010. But then, ever since they tried to nominate on the World Heritage List, there were a lot of oral histories and the memories, documentations has been excavated and documented from the Korean War refugees, and that was really great for the Busan city, but also the people who has been living in Busan since the Korean War. I am the second generation of Korean War refugee, and my parents and my grandparents talking about those memories, but I'm really sad that I couldn't make it and record, because those are all the interpretation and the living memory of the site. And I think that's also important, not just during or after the nomination process, but also before that. And also, even for the sites who are not aiming to be on the list of a World Heritage List, that is also a really great point to trying to find what is the value of the site through the interpretation and presentation. I think that's the benefit for all of the local small cities and towns and governments that we can get. Thank you.
Thank you. It's time for all of you on the floor. Could you have some questions or comments from the floor on this matter of the recognition and participation of the diverse actors? You may focus on the 3 individual presentations. We have almost 5 minutes. So please make this time good. Yeah. 저쪽에 손 드셨네요. 네. 두 분이 손을 드셨습니다. 네, 순차적으로 기회 드리도록 하겠습니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 서울특별시 문화재관리과의 세계유산 등재팀에 있는 김명옥 주무관입니다. 저희는 이제 한양도성
통역이 되고 있어요.
네, 제가 드리고 싶은 질문은 이렇게 저희가 준비하고 있는 등재 같은 경우에는 굉장히 서울이라는 큰 도시 안에서 이해관계자들이 굉장히 많습니다. 그럴 때 그러면 그 이해관계자들을 모아가고 그리고 이 논의를 진행해 가고 이럴 때 이 핵심 주체는 과연 누가 되어야 하는가라는 질문 하나와 저희 같은 경우에는 처음에는 서울 한양도성이었다가 지금은 이제 저희가 유산을 좀 확장해서 한양의 수도성곽이라는 걸로 이해관계자들이 더 확장이 되었습니다. 이렇게 변화 과정 안에서 이 변화들을 또 어떻게 중심을 잡고 가야 하는가에 대한 부분들에 대한 저는 고민이 있습니다. 네, 이 부분에 대한 질문을 좀 드리고 싶습니다.
Okay. Could you answer about this, the practical matter beyond the recognition and participation of the stakeholders of communities?
Yeah, I'll be very quick. I may have missed the previous part, but I would like to refer to ICROM's people-centric approach and the earlier project on living heritage, in which on this debate there was a very nice suggestion to prioritize what we call as communities. So as you recognize multiple groups within the communities, and in ICROM's literature, and Joe is the best person to maybe elaborate on that, is to use the concepts of core communities and peripheral communities. So not all the communities, not all the groups have equal say, or they are not equally connected. So to assess who can be considered as the core, who are probably less core and on the periphery, and that way probably the prioritization of the interest and the values can be assessed. So I think that comes to my mind in response to your question. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Joseph, would you give some more?
Yeah, I think, I understand in any large municipal government, actually, who should take the lead? That actually depends on the governmental system, and I'm not as familiar with specifically the Korean system to actually be able to say who should actually be in the lead, within the municipal authority. But certainly, in terms of most likely it'll be certainly people in the municipality. If there's a heritage department in the municipality, I would imagine they'll take the lead. I think they're going to need expertise on defensive architecture, certainly from the heritage point of view. But then I think bringing in the additional communities. Yes, I agree exactly with what Neil said. There's going to be a core set of communities. Who are the people around that? Who are the people who are concerned about that? I don't know the site, so I can't give you specific answers. If it's an ancient fortress, then maybe there's nobody living that has any connection to it. But if it's actually something that's more recent, then there might be a community of veterans or a community of related to the armed forces who may be involved in that. Obviously, people living around it. So there will be some core communities, and then there will be wider communities, as Neil said. So I think it kind of depends to a certain extent on the specificity of this site. In terms of linking this to other defensive structures, that actually does complicate things, but not necessarily in a bad way, because if those links tell the story, because again, to me, the interpretation is a story. You're telling a story. The values are related to what is the story that we want to tell. If in order to tell the story, you need to link it to other places, because in order to get the complete story, the integrity, if you will, you need to link it to other sites. Obviously, that makes more sense. In fact, actually, that makes a lot of sense because integrity is one of the important aspects of World Heritage. So if in order to have that integrity, you need to bring in other sites, you need to do that. Having said that, to do that, you're going to be bringing in other groups, you're going to be bringing in other people, you're going to be bringing in other communities, you're going to be bringing in other interests, and so then that's going to complicate things some more. But I think it's not a bad idea necessarily if that's what you need to do to be able to tell the story in a complete way. I hope that helps.
I know about the site that you're talking about, and if you're taking the participation, the community of Hanyang-do-sung, then it's going to be the whole citizen of Seoul, which is like 1/4 of Korean population. I understand your point, and I understand your difficulties. My little opinion here is that when we are trying to nominate one site or trying to find the values, we're kind of in the tendency of focusing on the value in the history. However, as I understand as a younger generation, the fortress is still there, and a lot of Seoul citizens are enjoying the place, and it has the present value. And sometimes we miss it in our consideration. And when if we focus on the present value as well as the historical value of the site, then we can get more cooperations and agreement from the current community. I think that is also connected to the benefits of the community, because if they get benefits from the present value, then there will be more provoking to the engagement and the management, the participation for the conservation and management process. That's the only, yeah.
Can I pick up on that? Because I think that's interesting. The current value, I have no doubt, it is being used by the community now. It has a value. Whether that value actually rises to the level of outstanding universal value, I don't know. So the question of whether that ends up getting incorporated into the OUV of the site, the nomination itself, is a question that I can't answer. But it doesn't matter because those values still exist. So those do need to be taken into account, and you do need to have interpretation and presentation for them, and you can use them to bring communities or people into the process. And so whether it ultimately contributes to the OUV or not is a question that I can't answer, but it's still something that should be taken into account, and it should be something that goes. It sort of becomes a part of the process of the nomination. And it may wind up not making its way into the final document. No, but that's okay. But then you still need to keep that into account. And in fact, when you do a management plan, you need to make sure that those current uses and those current values are actually still part of that management plan, because that's got to be a part of the key of the actual management of that place, is making sure that those more current or more contemporary values, let's say, are a part of are a part of how that site is managed, whether it's a part of the OUV or not.
Can I briefly? Yeah, just adding on to Sojung's point, if that is the case, then I would just like to imagine, and I might be totally wrong, maybe this is an opportunity to create new set of communities who would have more stake or more rights into this site, and they would be the future, custodians of the site. I think maybe we can think of in that creative manner as well. Thank you.
Can you have a few minutes? Yeah, we'll invite the second and last one.
네, 안녕하세요. 유송이라고 합니다. 저는 한 가지 질문 드리고 싶은 게 발표자분들께서 혹시 오늘 얘기했던 공동체 참여에 대해서 인상 깊었던 사례가 있으시면 각자 분야에서 또는 나라에서 경험하셨던 거 좀 공유해 주셨으면 감사합니다.
Yeah, briefly. The best practices you experienced.
Or if I may, I would like to suggest to answer that question to the public, because we are not the representative of the whole world. So probably Owen or Erica, you can also talk about your sites or good case studies, or Munyaraj, you can talk about your case. If I'm suggest.
People that need to.
Before
introduce?
Sure. Just immediately what comes to my mind is after the 2015 earthquakes in Kathmandu, when many of the monuments of the World Heritage Sites were damaged, there were two instances where really this idea, or rather the power of community participation, I really appreciated. Was one of the site is the main Kathmandu Palace Square, where one of the ancient temple was totally damaged. And that has actually gone through a lot of debates and discussions and rounds of negotiations. And I would say thanks to the local activists, and I'm calling activists because some of them, it's a mixed group, right? Some of them were actually the residents of the community, but some of them were like what I was suggesting earlier, who could be the new community who are interested about this site. There were journalists, there were other scholars, and they took up and critically examined what was going on, and they challenged the government. And I think, to me, that's the power of community participation if it happens. To me, that's like really at the higher level, when from the ground you get the interest and they come forward. It was not organized by somebody, it spontaneously come. So that was one. And in the same context, there was a pond which was restored. There also, again, against the government's plan to restore it in a very engineering way, so-called modern engineering way, it was also withdrawn, and the community forced them to do it in a traditional manner. So I think these two instances comes to my mind, which are probably the positive outcomes. The one that I had in mind, which I actually presented in the WIPIX webinar last year, is the site that I worked, where the nomination for the World Heritage is still incomplete because of the gap. So that's what I wanted to share from Nepal, that the successful and unsuccessful attempts. Thank you.
My example would actually be not a World Heritage Site. There's a project in the United States, in Texas, called the Texas Freedom Colonies Project. And it's a group of, it's a series of communities that were set up after the end of slavery for the freed slaves, essentially, in the south of in the United States. And there were these communities that were set up, and there's a lot of heritage that still exists in these places, but that was forgotten over time. Their cemeteries, their churches, their small towns, and people didn't remember the history. And there was a professor in Texas, one of the universities in Texas, who started creating an awareness of that, and actually started getting the community around her to start identifying these places. And they found cemeteries that had been completely sort of overgrown and nobody even knew that they existed anymore. And they started finding parts of towns that, again, had been abandoned at a certain point in time. And what they've done is they've built a database. They've got a whole lot of people in these areas starting to recognize the value, and they're starting to do preservation work, conservation work on the buildings, and they're trying to revitalize the cemeteries, for example, clean them up, get them back into a situation. And it's actually and it's all done participatorily with the communities. I mean, this is not the state of Texas that's coming and doing it. It's not the United States, the United States government that's coming in and doing it. It's the communities themselves that are going out, they're identifying these things, they're searching for things, they're finding them, they're cleaning them up, they're doing preservation and conservation work, and they're putting all this online so that it actually can be recognized and remembered over time. And to me, that's actually really one of the best examples of a participatory process, let's say, that I know of. And again, it's not related to World Heritage at all.
Okay. Could we hear about other practices later because of the time? Yeah. This is the end of the discussion of session 1. Thank you so much for your participation. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Welcome back. And we would like to start session 2. Before that, we would like to summarize session 1, that we talked about the different policies at the mainly UNESCO's levels, and also we stated again that we do need a participation of the different stakeholders before the nomination process and after the nomination process. The way how to do so, probably it will come back to us in session 2 and session 3, while we are talking about the different realities of challenges and also different themes of it. The session 2 is going to talk about the efforts and challenges of inviting participants at the local, national, and regional and international levels. Same as the session 1, we have 3 different speakers to talk different levels of the reality and challenges in this session. As a first speaker, I would like to invite Dr. Erika Menekin, Director of Heritage Area of Santa Cata Foundation of Italy. She's going to talk about the heritage interpretation and capacity building of regional communities. Please welcome Dr. Menekin.
Good afternoon. I hope you had a good lunch. It's a pleasure for me to be here today in this forum. So thank you for the organization and to inviting me. I will presenting 3 important projects by Fondazione Sant'Agata for the Economics of Culture. First, I proceed by presenting the international context and some references, and then I move into the projects. Okay. Heritage interpretation is linked to the value that characterize it, serving as an approach to connect people and places. These values may include the outstanding universal value when a cultural site is inscribed on the World Heritage List, but today heritage values extend beyond the OUV, involving an intricate process that considers local communities as key custodians. These entail a broader perspective, encompassing cultural, social, economic, tangible and intangible values, extending beyond the core zone to include the buffer zone and the landscape. Heritage interpretation aligning with the sustainable development, emphasizing the integration of developmental perspectives. On this basis, interpretation can help establish connections to the wider network of significant assets in a natural, cultural, or urban landscape, as well as to economic, environmental, or social values. I don't know. Okay. 2 paradigm shifts seem especially necessary, moving from experts interpreting for people to enabling people to do their own interpretation and engaging heritage communities in defining values. Considering a heritage interpretation as a process, it must absolutely be a participatory process, as values are defined and identified by the local community, and the relevant stakeholders are able to select which values are to be included in the interpretation plan of the property, as well as in the management plan, and how to present and interpret them. We can identify several phases, as you can see in the picture, of this process, starting with an understanding of the site and the territory. The community must work on the meanings expressed by their heritage from their perspective. This is not an automatic step and must be supported by engagement activities and capacity buildings, through which new meanings can be identified, leading to a new interpretation that complements the original one rather than replacing it. It overlays like a multi-layer structure, and this generates an increase in awareness and knowledge, leading to actions of protection and preservation that can reveal new insight and new meanings. These stages aim to outline a path that often varies from one context to another, depending on the activity of activated participatory process and the skills that can be implemented. Heritage interpretation has been developed over many decades as a non-formal learning approach that helps people to relate to heritage. It follows a set of tried and tested principles, as illustrated in the interpretative triangle used by UNESCO in a report on a pilot World Heritage Interpretation training course. And compared to other learning approaches, the most significant feature of the heritage interpretation is the active encouragement given to participants to interpret their experience themselves in searching for their own context behind the facts. Keeping this in mind, when moving to an operational level that considers interpretation plans and consequently site management plans, where the management is the core, and it must take into account three elements: engagement, recognition of values, education, and capacity buildings. This is to ensure that communities are truly engaged and involved. We have seen that one of the key elements is capacity building as an integral part of the overall site management system. I would like to address this issue at the local level. Especially capacity building activities must take into account the context needs and should be formulated and enhanced on a case-by-case basis, evaluating and monitoring the results. UNDP has considered capacity development as a fundamental element for years now. In the case of cultural heritage, we must certainly talk about empowerment. In addition to capacity building, considering the strengthening of the abilities of individuals and communities to make choices and turn them into desired actions and results. Another more recent reference is certainly the Convention for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage, and in this case, how the topic of capacity building is approached with the community at the center. Capacity building to adapt to specific needs must combine multiple actions, for example, ranging from training, advisory services, stakeholder consultation, and pilot activities. In this context, I think it's useful to briefly present a research study that I have conducted on a study of the impact assessment of the International Academy on UNESCO designation and sustainable development. This program is an interdisciplinary capacity building initiative conceived by the Fondazione Sant'Agata and UNESCO through its regional Bureau for Science and Culture in Europe based in Venice. The impact of the Academy is evident in terms of enhancing the capacity of professionals, promoting the implementation of relevant operational policies and measures, and strengthening the network for cooperation and peer exchanges at all levels. Regarding capacity building needs related to increasing the preparedness, resilience, and recovery capacity of the site in the face of various emergencies, as highlighted during the COVID pandemic, and to continue supporting the development of strategic integrated and participatory management approach. Okay. Now I will introduce two cases that are very dear to me, cases to which I have dedicated efforts in the recent years, and which provide excellent examples of heritage interpretation with bottom-up processes. The first one was developed in the UNESCO site in Genoa. The Italian name is Le Strade Nuove and the System of the Palazzi dei Rolli. The site is located in the historic center of Genoa and stands out for its uniqueness due to the Renaissance palaces and the urban tissue. As you can see on the map, while the core zone, the red one, identifies the central urban fabric, including 42 palaces and the section of the city that differs from the medieval town, the buffer zone extends within the historic center, including also the harbor area. The term rolli refers to a system of palaces made available to merchants arriving in Genoa during the Republic period in the 16th century. As the Sant'Agata Foundation, we have been involved in the drafting of the management plan, and it became immediately clear to us how this immense heritage needs to be reinterpreted today, with a focus on the communities that inhabit and animate it. For this reason, within the plan, we conducted an analysis on the cultural and creative industries active in the site and incorporated actions dedicated to them. This is aimed to counteract the transformation of the historic center into a predominantly touristic district, as is happening in many Italian and European cities. So starting from the communities, to ensure that the management plan is not a tool detached from the reality and the needs of the people living in the area, we, together with the municipality of Genoa, experimented with an engagement tool called Rolli Lab. It is essentially a call for ideas designed to encourage young people to propose actions and activities to be carried out on the site, aligning with the 4 action plans of the management plans. So we have management plans about the protection, about the promotion of the site, the engagement of the community, and about the tourism management. The results was incredible, with more than 100 participants and 10 projects reaching the final stage. Out of these, 4 were awarded prizes. You can see some images of the participants. There were an application, for example, to explore the site by jogging, or some other projects related to the safeguarding of the building with new technologies. Another case study is the research action process developed by Fondazione Sant'Agata on behalf of the municipality of Ivrea, a city in the north of Italy. The aim was to strengthen the active participation of the local community in the management and enhancement of the UNESCO site. In 2018, Ivrea was inscribed on the UNESCO World Heritage List as a 20th century industrial city. The industrial district is linked to the Olivetti Company, that is an Italian company known for its historic contribution to the development of office machinery, particularly typewriters and early computers. And the UNESCO designated area of Ivrea, located close to the historic center, it consists of 27 heritage assets built between 1930 and 1960s, as a part of the reorganization of the Olivetti Company and the promotion of its social and cultural program. This portion of the city served as a laboratory for experimenting with solutions and theories that fueled debates on urban planning at the time. Today, the site is still overall coherent and well preserved, signified not only exceptional tangible heritage, but also significant intangible heritage. It embodies a manifesto of a society model in which the factory was the focal point of the economic and development and social relations. I'm very pleased that some speakers before me have brought forward some concepts that are important to me. In this figure, you can see a timeline of the process from the properties inscription in 2018, and the first where the participatory process is in a high level, and then we have the first management plan introduce other priorities related to the conservation and the safeguarding of the site, causing a sort of halt in the participation process. We are now in the point in light blue, so we are now working to reactivate this process, and alongside the analytical study of the results and effects generated on the site in the years following the designation, we try a specific methodologies to engage key stakeholders active in the context. The tools we applied are stakeholders mapping, interviews, and workshops. But I would like to focus on the workshop. We organized 3 workshops. The first 2 are for the main stakeholders, on the management plan assessment, and the second one on the future scenarios. The third one was for the younger generation. The activation of a community development process has made it possible to consolidate and spread awareness of the role of responsibility that local actors can play in the management and enhancement of a cultural heritage, redefining in some way the relationships between the actors in charge of protection and safeguarding. The workshop, for example, the first workshop provided important opportunities for sharing perceived needs and project ideas to build strong collaborative networks based on cultural values and territorial resources. The workshop facilitated also shared reflection on the effects of the UNESCO designation on the context. So the social, cultural, and economic effects notated demonstrate clearly the differences in the role and the commitment invested by the stakeholders, highlighting the elements on which to base the future development of the site. The third workshop was organized for the younger generation, so we did this sort of hackathon, Ivrea Heritage Enhancement Through Youth, that is 6 hours of work for students from high school of Ivrea. It was amazing. They are very engaged in the working of this hackathon. They shared a lot of ideas and projects. Then they present them to the authorities, the municipality of Ivrea. We hope that the municipality could include this type of activities and project in the new management plan. So the Rolli Lab in Genoa and the community engagement process in Ivrea both illustrate the incorporation of capacity building and community involvement into heritage management, emphasizing the active participation of local stakeholders, particularly the younger generation. These initiatives highlighted the significance of sharing knowledge, fostering innovation, and adopting inclusive strategies to shape the present and the future of preserving cultural heritage. Exploring the realm of heritage interpretation with active community engagement comes with its share of challenges and considerations, balancing conservation with development, integrating diverse perspectives, cultivating cultural identity, fostering education and capacities, and preserving a legacy for future generations are all tasks. Achieving success in heritage initiatives requires a collaborative and comprehensive approach, engaging the community, stakeholders, and policymakers to create a sustainable and meaningful cultural legacy that respects the past while adapting to the present and to the future. So I put some references if you want to focus on, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Menahin. Thank you very much for the quite impressive cases to deliver us that actually we can design based on what she has done in the foundation, and that probably will give us a certain context and framework that we can probably use it in our context. Our next speaker is Mr. Munyarazi Mashamaya from Great Zimbabwe site. We would like to fly to Africa to see the reality of the Great Zimbabwe site. Please welcome Mr. Munyarazi Mashamaya to the floor.
The first page. Okay, my presentation is on reality of national level capacity building and upcoming tasks. Capacity building case study on African World Heritage site. I'm going to focus on the case of Great Zimbabwe. Next. Okay, Great Zimbabwe is a medieval city located in the southern eastern hills of the modern day Zimbabwe. It flourished between the 11th and the 15th century as a vibrant political, religious, and trade center. Evidence from archaeological excavations suggested that it was a major center trading in gold, copper, ivory, and clothes. Great Zimbabwe is notable for its impressive dry stone structures, which are some of the largest and most complex in Africa, which makes it the largest among 150 major dry stone structures in Zimbabwe. The colonial era brought about significant challenges for local communities surrounding Great Zimbabwe. We see the British South African Company imposing restrictions on access to the site, hindering local people's ability to maintain their cultural and spiritual connections to the site. You can go to the next page. Here is a site map for Great Zimbabwe. The site covers 720 hectares, and notable features of the site is the hill complex, which is right at the top there. Then we have the great enclosure, and we have the valley enclosures between the hill complex and the great enclosure. We can go to the next page. So that is the hill complex, the image of the hill complex. Then that is the image of the great enclosure, viewing it from the hill complex. And that is the bird's eye view of the valley enclosures. Now, the current methodologies on the presentation and interpretation of Great Zimbabwe. The presentation and interpretation of Great Zimbabwe is in line with the UNESCO Charter of 2008, which defines presentation as the carefully planned communication of interpretive content through the arrangement of interactive information, physical access, and interpretive infrastructure at a cultural heritage site. So at Great Zimbabwe, currently we have on-site guided tours. We have got trained tour guides who usually takes both international and foreign visitors around the site. Then we also have Heritage Education Department responsible for outreach programs. They normally reach schools, colleges, and universities, conscientizing students about the importance of heritage and culture. We also have an interpretive signage dotted within the site. We don't have much of this, but we only have a few of interpretive signage. Then we have a site museum, which houses archaeological findings of the site and exhibits of Great Zimbabwe World Heritage Site. We also have the Shona Village. This is kind of a theme park living museum where people can move around and see activities from the tenants of the village. Then we have a spiritual center, but this one is a new development. So amongst all these methodologies that I've talked about, Great Zimbabwe World Heritage Sites interpretation and presentation lacks the voice and perspectives of the local communities around the site. Everything that we have in the museum and everything from the tour guides is based on scientific researches. We can go to the next page. Now we can talk of the community engagement and legal frameworks. National Museums and Monuments is a member of ICOM, and the International Council of Museums is a code of ethics for museums, which states that museums have a responsibility to engage with the communities they serve and to promote the participation of all members of society in a museum activity, in the museum's activities. Now, talking about Zimbabwe, we have the Constitution, which also recognizes the importance of cultural heritage, and it provides for the protection and promotion of cultural sites. And not only that, we also have the Traditional Leaders Act, Chapter 29.17 of 1998. It empowers chiefs to promote cultural values, safeguard traditional institutions, and conserve cultural heritage within their jurisdiction. So this is what we have in Zimbabwe, the Constitution and the Traditional Chiefs Act as the legal frameworks which recognize and engage with the communities. But now talking about National Museums and Monuments, which is responsible for Great Zimbabwe World Heritage Site. It has an act, which is National Museums and Monuments Act, Chapter 25.11 of 1972. This does not have a provision for community engagement and empowerment in museum management and activities. What's the reason why it doesn't consider the local communities? This is because it was developed during the colonial period, and it is an archaic piece of legislation which takes what belongs to the community. Current arrangements at the Great Zimbabwe World Heritage Site is ad hoc. It's based on local agreements, arrangements between the management and the communities. Great Zimbabwe World Heritage Site is surrounded by 4 chieftaincies with an equal or near equal claim to Great Zimbabwe. These chiefs include Chief Murinye, Chief Mugabe, Chief Nemanwa, and Chief Charumbira. Chief Nemanwa and Chief Mugabe, they are from the same totem. They are the moyo, which is the heart. Then Chief Charumbira and Chief Nemanwa, they are from the same totem, which is the Shumba, the lion. They are all Karanga speaking, and they have a long and deep connection to the site. Different claims among these chiefs regarding ownership of Great Zimbabwe is a challenge to the management and conservation of the site. Great Zimbabwe forged a policy involving representatives from all 4 chieftaincies in community decision-making on the management and conservation of the site. This was just a local arrangement that was done at Great Zimbabwe. Because if we go to Kami, which is also a World Heritage Site, they don't have the same setup as we have at Great Zimbabwe. Great Zimbabwe, we just arranged with the local communities and develop a plan to manage the site. We see the formation of a Great Zimbabwe Local Community Representative Committee, which was established in 2010 to manage the site. So in most cases, when we meet with the locals in this committee, we are discussing about veiled fires, we are discussing about vandalism, we are discussing about stray cattle in the monument. But I cannot say we fully engage them because they feel they are not fully engaged because they also want to be involved in strategic matters management of the site. The committee, it comprises of 2 representatives from each chief. Then we have the site manager, the regional director, and one of the board members. Contestation of ownership. The contestation of ownership among the chiefs. We cannot understand the current contestation of the 4 chiefs without going back to their oral history. If you may allow me to go back to their oral history. Historical sources submit that Nemanwa clan originated in Mutoko region, located in the eastern part of Zimbabwe. When they broke away from their dynasty, they migrated to southwards, and they are the first to settle at Great Zimbabwe. In the 19th century, the Mugabe clan arrived from the east and drove the Nemanwa clan out of Great Zimbabwe. Nemanwa allied with Chief Murinye. The 2 clans have remained allied, traditionally allies. The alliance was forged in such a way that Charumbira would help Nemanwa fight off Mugabe. The Mugabe clan was in turn removed from Great Zimbabwe by the British South African Company. That was in 1902. Both clans, the Mugabe and the Nemanwa, stayed within the monument, grazed their cattle, and they buried their dead. They have their material culture left there. You can go to the next. What are the different views in terms of these chiefs claiming ownership of Great Zimbabwe? We have Chief Nemanwa claim through mythical narrative that they claim that they are the original people of Great Zimbabwe. They call themselves Vameri, meaning that they germinated, they sprouted in the area, as opposed to having arrived there from somewhere else. This is according to Just Fontaine when he carried his interviews with the chiefs. Mugabe claimed together with Murinye. Mugabe claim together with Murinye continues to remain a strong claim on Great Zimbabwe on the basis that the site was built by their ancestors and they came back to inherit what belongs to them. Then Chief Charumbira, the basis for claiming ownership of Great Zimbabwe is based on a colonial era delineation exercise which effectively gave him control over Great Zimbabwe and much of the Chief Nemanwa's area. Community use and access to the site. The site can be used for ceremonial national rituals by the local communities. Precedence was set in 2000. A ritual rite was held in the monument to reopen a sacred water fountain that had been closed and sealed by the colonial officials in the 1950s. This was a collaborative effort between Chief Nemanwa and Chief Mugabe, but with some difficulties as recorded by Matenga 2000. What are the opportunities and challenges of contested history of Great Zimbabwe in the presentation and interpretation of the site? Here comes opportunities. Multi-volcanic interpretations is the best way to present Great Zimbabwe's richness. It raises awareness of complex and challenging historical issues. Contested narratives can challenge stereotype and promote diversity and inclusion. Contested history of Great Zimbabwe encourages critical thinking. Can go to the next. Then we have challenges. The contested history of Great Zimbabwe can be used to promote political agendas. In other words, this can be a platform to promote political agendas and legitimize certain interpretations of the past. This can lead to conflicts and the division between the communities around Great Zimbabwe. The contested history of Great Zimbabwe can be sensitive and controversial. Discussing the contested history of Great Zimbabwe can be a sensitive and controversial, as it often involves different interpretations of the past and challenging claims of the truth. So this is another challenge. Then capacity building and conclusion. Local communities should be more involved in the management of Great Zimbabwe, including in decision making about the site's presentation and interpretation. Also, the staff of Great Zimbabwe needs additional training on interactive digital technologies, interpretation, and community engagement. The local communities can be trained on a range of topics related to heritage management, such as site stewardship, sustainable tourism, and interpretation. Then, the final, local community members should be provided with skills and knowledge to develop and deliver interpretation programs and at Great Zimbabwe. I thank you.
Thank you very much. We see a quite different reality in Africa at the moment. And maybe that is the reason that our center, WIPIC, has already started to participate in the rehabilitations of the Great Zimbabwe site. We are taking the interpretation and presentation part from last month. We had an online workshop already, and also our team has been in Great Zimbabwe for almost 10 days, and they just came back on Sunday, and probably our third speaker will share our experience in Great Zimbabwe now. Next, I would like to invite Ms. Harry Shim, the head of the Education and Networking Office of our center, to talk us about the emerging needs for World Heritage interpretation. So WIPIC's capacity building program through international corporations. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Harry Shim from WIPIC, currently the head of Education and Networking Office. So I hope you had a good cup of coffee after the lunch. Okay, so this session 2, accommodates the regional, national, and also international efforts to invite a wider participant to the World Heritage Protection. So following Erica and also Munyarazi's presentation, respectively on the regional and national level, I will be speaking about the international levels effort to invite a wider participant. Okay, so my presentation will be start with taking a look at on-site growing demands in World Heritage interpretation in Chapter 2, and then conversely in Chapter 3, policy matters requested by World Heritage Committee to the site. And then case study of the heritage interpretation, Great Zimbabwe site. We will take a closer look at the case study, only this time with the international cooperation perspective. And then I will also proceed, if time allows, I will also proceed about the toolkit that WIPIC team is developing at the moment for implementing inclusive heritage interpretation and presentation. And also I'll wrap up with my presentation with some suggestions for the new strategy for the UNESCO capacity building. So as you know, WIPIC is established just last year with a strong focus on heritage interpretation and presentation. And for the last few years, WIPIC has received various requests from different sites around the world to enhance the interpretation of their sites. I will just share some of the case studies. So first, Vietnam. So this World Heritage Site in Vietnam approached to WIPIC and asked the question, how to reconnect the contemporary audience, contemporary visitors to the site, their site of ancient history, and also the old values that people are not interested in anymore. So, and going through the COVID period, they've lost a significant amount of visitors, and so as a result, they are experiencing financial difficulties. And for example, there's also another site in Singapore that this government heritage manager, they wanted to achieve social reconciliation through the heritage interpretation, because Singapore is an extremely multi-racial, multicultural, and also a multi-religious country. They have a lot of conflicts in society, and as a means of heritage interpretation, they wanted to achieve the social reconciliation as well. And of course, Zimbabwe. So WIPIC is currently involved in the project called Rehabilitation and Development of the Great Zimbabwe Site. And the site needs a new interpretation because of the community, and also the government wants to have revitalize the site and also the community, and also decolonize and deconstruct the current existing narrative that was written during the colonial period. And of course, in Korea, we have many actually sites in Korea, whether it's Neo-Confucian academies or Buddhist mountain monasteries. They are asking questions about how to convey the authenticity and values that young generations are no longer interested. So it's similar questions. And finally, WIPIC also had contributed a workshop in Tunisia. It was a community involvement workshop in Tunisia, a specific site called Tuga, and it was a site experiencing social and economic difficulties, and the local government wanted to involve as many community in their management of the World Heritage. So these were some messages that we've got from the on-site needs. So through the heritage interpretation, the many sites aim to reconnect with the communities that have been separated from them. And also they want to adapt to social changes, such as economic recession or pandemics. And finally, also they hope to revitalize the societies surrounding the heritage. Sorry. So that was the message from the on-site needs. And now I would like to, in contrast, let's look at the heritage interpretation policy required for World Heritage Sites. So that's a sort of top-down. So we had opportunity to analyze the contextual use of the term interpretation in World Heritage Committee decisions. So we look up the decisions for the last 3 years until the 2021. So we analyzed the contextual usage of interpretation in the decisions and examined trends by year and the topic. So the total case was 41. So I'll give some of the examples that was mentioned in the decisions. For example, if you see the 2021, so World Heritage Committee actually says to one of the African sites that rehabilitation of the site museum that should be planned with within a holistic approach that takes into consideration the interpretation of all values associated with the site. Another example from 2020, committee also make a decision to Asia site that it requests best international practice for interpretation strategies to the interpretation of a full history of the property both during and outside of the period covered by its OUV and in the digital interpretation materials. Excuse me. And finally, one example from 2019, it's also an example in Asia. So interpretation and provision of information about the sites to visitors are modest and should be enhanced in the long term, particularly in light of continuing archaeological research and sustainable tourism initiatives for the province. So if you see our analysis outcome is that heritage interpretation is becoming an essential element of the site's fundamental conservation management now. So sites are encouraged to coordinate their various management strategies into a single integrated plan to enhance visitors' understanding of their heritage. And then beyond the physical preservation of the World Heritage Sites, the understanding and interpretation and engagement of visitors to the site are becoming increasingly significant. Therefore, the educational role of heritage interpretation is encouraged. And then also the sites are encouraged to adopt a more holistic approach to heritage preservation, encompassing both the tangible and intangible, also bridging the gap between the natural and cultural elements of the sites. And finally, the context in which interpretations are used is becoming detailed and specific compared to before. In earlier years, the term interpretation was often mixed with the different concepts, but it is now employed within diverse and distinct context. So these are some of the graphs that we came up with. So if you just see in the very middle, the use of the interpretation in the decision have more now something to do with the holistic approach and comprehensive approach as well. And it now requires more of the educational role as well. And now I will, that's how we looked at the needs for the World Heritage interpretation in the field as well as the policy matters requested by the World Heritage Committee. And now we will take a closer look at the case study of a Great Zimbabwe World Heritage Site that WIPIC is currently engaged in the interpretation component. So my colleague Munyarazi already spoke about the site, so I'll just go through very quickly. So we are currently involved in the project called the Rehabilitation and Development of Great Zimbabwe Site. It's UNESCO commissioned project and 2-year project, and currently WIPIC is co-leading the heritage interpretation component, and this component is titled Development of an Inclusive and Holistic Interpretation and Storytelling for the Great Zimbabwe World Heritage Site. So for the background or the goal of this component of heritage interpretation is to enhance the conservation and management of the Great Zimbabwe National Monument in a sustainable manner, and also to adequately interpret and present the site and its associated intangible cultural heritage elements. And finally, support the development of sustainable tourism and develop community-based cultural programs and tours offers, thereby contributing to attaining the 2030 agenda with its international sustainable development goals. And also for the community engagement-wise, the background is actually to improve the quality of life of the community living around the Great Zimbabwe National Monument. That means this project is not only giving the preservation and a heritage interpretation to the site itself, but also it actually contributes to the sustainability and also the quality of life of the community. So it's very important, I think, through the diversification of the local economy. So the promotion of income generating and employment opportunities is also very significant, and also fostering social cohesion and a sense of belonging among vulnerable groups. So these three are the WIPIC's objectives for these components. So the first one is to facilitate an interpretation workshop on interpretation and storytelling at the site that we've just done last week with many stakeholders at the site. And secondly, developing a new narrative for Great Zimbabwe based on the workshop outcome. This also we work with the Great Zimbabwe University, which is a local team. And thirdly, review the narrative, develop the interpretive materials for the interpretation center or the visitor center we call, information and directional signages. So just last week, we've just finished our heritage interpretation workshop for the Great Zimbabwe World Heritage Sites with almost 50 people all gathered in a workshop conference. So I would like to share some of the results. So so the stakeholder, we were able to listen to wishes and desires of the stakeholders for the site. So it was a very fruitful meeting. So first, the community wanted a deconstruction and decolonization of the existing narrative and storytelling of the site. And secondly, they want to engage creative and cultural elements to reconnect with the contemporary audiences or the younger generations. And also, Munyarazi also shared that it already had the educational programs, but people wanted more and diverse education program and training program for the students and also for the staffs as well. And many people wanted to see the digital and interactive presentation of the site when it was all renovated. And since the site has many hidden routes and hidden caves and also hidden gems, they wanted a new route with a new storytelling narratives. And the Great Zimbabwe project is a very international cooperation project. So while it has all the advantages from the international cooperation, but it also had the assignment of mediating all the different actors' opinion as well. So when we arrived at the site, we had to meet all the actors or players in this project. Was the one of them was the France Development Agency. It was a sponsor of the whole project, and also the UNOPS. It's the organization that actually implement and construct the visitor centers and the museums. And National Museums and Monument of Zimbabwe, where our colleague Munyarazi is from, is the actual agent that will preserve and also manage the site in the end. And for the implementation of the research and drawing a new narrative, Great Zimbabwe University and WIPIC is actually co-leading the project. And finally, we also had the supervisor of the whole project, which is the UNESCO Regional Office for Southern Africa. So they all had some sort of different ideas and also different wishes, and they want a different outcome of this project. And we will probably have to mediate all the different needs and opinions. So for this project and for the future other heritage interpretation project, the WIPIC team is currently in the process of developing a toolkit for implementing the inclusive world heritage interpretation and presentation. And this Great Zimbabwe site will be the very first pilot case to be reflected this toolkit. So this is basically a 11-step of the process of how we actually to implement the inclusive heritage interpretation, starting from creating the heritage interpretation team and doing the baseline assessment of heritage and identification of the need for the heritage interpretation. And we also make a list of the relevant stakeholders And then we finally do after the presentation, we also do the post-narrative analysis process for sustainable interpretation and presentation as well. So because of the time issue, I cannot go line by line, but this is something that we are come up with, and we'll be reflecting this and applying this to the other sites as well in the future. And finally, I'll wrap up my presentation with some suggestions that came up from the review of the World Heritage Capacity Building Strategy, because this will be for the new strategy for the WHCB. So yeah, so the committee will be making an international working group to actually work on the new strategy. I don't know whether it's actually making it happen or not. But yeah, so as far as I know, the recommendations for the revision are some of the important points are to define capacity building as the ability to manage and coordinate evidence-based policy cycle, whereby stakeholders engage in an evidence-based process to identify solutions for jointly perceived challenges, test the solutions, and transfer them into shared policies, norms, and standards. So these are also important for us because WPIC is just established, and we also wanted to define what is capacity building for us as well. And also to establish enhanced coordination and management at the level of World Heritage Committee to leverage existing and future flagship initiatives for capacity building at individual, organizational, and system level. And also to define multipliers, change agent, decision makers, influential bodies, and networks as direct target groups for a new strategy. The indirect target groups shall be practitioners, administrations, and communities at the level of state parties and sites. So, well, this was before direct target group so far, but then in the future they wanted to have an indirect target group. So. Yeah, and finally, to use the third cycle periodic reporting as a valuable information source on capacity needs, priority themes, and baseline, while ensuring that essential elements for project cycle management are established. So because WPIC is just established and making a long-term plan on the capacity building, we will be probably reflect some of these suggestions when it's reflected on the new strategy. So yeah. In the near future, yes. So thank you very much for your attention. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shim, the head of the Education and Networking Office of our center. We have all three presentations to see the reality and the challenges at the national, regional, and international levels of the capacity building and the stakeholder issues. Now we'd like three speakers, as well as the chair of the discussion, Mr. Joseph King, to the floor to discuss about what is the role of the international society and future challenges of WPIC in strengthening the local, national, and international capacity of different participants.
No, this is fine. Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. I hope you had a good lunch. I have to apologize because I think you're probably tired of looking at my face at this point in time, since I was up here all morning and now I'm again here this afternoon. So I apologize for that. But we have three very good and interesting speakers who have made presentations this afternoon. And so my job is simply going to be to moderate and ask some questions. So I'll try not to talk too much. So I'll get right to it. So my first question to all three of you is, this is a question that actually we constantly have to ask ourselves also at ECROM, because we have this problem to a certain extent. As we continue to move forward with more people-centered approaches to conservation and people-centered approaches to involvement in conservation, which by its nature is local. I mean, when we talk about people-centered approaches, we're talking about local people, local institutions, local communities, etc. So my question is, what role, if any, can international society or international organizations, international groups, ICROM, ICOMOS, UNESCO, UNDP, many international bodies have in reaching these local, the people at this local level, especially given that there are as many local actors as there are sites. I mean, every single site is different and has its own set of actors. So the question becomes, what role can international society play in this transformation, in bringing about more local involvement, and what kind of transformation might we need to undertake ourselves in order to be able to do that? So I'm going to ask all three of you, and I'll actually go down the line this way if you don't mind. So I'll start with my friend here.
Okay, thank you. I think what the international organization should do is to partner with local organizations such that they can reach the what we call the root communities, the lower root communities. The reason being that local organizations, they've got a deeper understanding of the needs and the challenges of the communities. So if the international organization engages with these local organizations, I think it will be a smooth flow for them to communicate with the lower grass root communities. The certain thing that they should as well do, I think they should also use community-based communication channels. Because, of course, yes, we can't have a scenario where maybe an international organization is organizing a virtual meeting with people from the local, from the grassroots communities, lower grassroots communities. I think there is also need for the international organization to utilize community-based communication channels to reach the communities. Then also the international organization, I think it is also important if they could provide training to support for the local leaders, because local leaders, they are so much connected to their communities, and if they are trained, I think that will create a very good platform to interact with the lower communities. That's what I think.
Thank you very much for that. I'll pass the floor on.
Okay, yeah. So in my experience and in my work, I find that today there is a sort of separation between the international level and the local level in practice. Of course, UNESCO and other international organizations should in some way standardize the reality, but we need to go beyond this and working on this, because in my work I see the difficulty of translating theoretical principles and guidelines into real projects and actions from the site manager point of view. So we should work on this. And maybe the international organization should support in some way initiatives or model, I don't know, guideline toolkit to balance the work of experts, professionals and communities. So considering the different skills of this type of stakeholders, communities, and try to go beyond the only the sheet that we have and the site manager have to write, and try to go beyond this difficulty of translating this principle, this theoretical principle in practice.
Okay, thank you. Please.
Yes, thank you so much. I see these days a lot of heritage institution, they are really interested in having this community involvement, community engagement workshops for their site, like Arab Regional Center also did that in October, and we also try to have one in the very near future. So far, as a Category 2, UNESCO Category 2 center, which actually stands somewhere between national and also international organization. So far, our most targeted groups are site managers. So our most programs are plan to giving capacity building to the site managers. So then they are mostly civil servant or government officers. So it was not very easy to reach to the lower level communities so far. But so that's why it was very meaningful and fruitful when we had the workshop at the Agrare Zimbabwe site with inviting the school teachers and artists and the filmmakers and all the community people to the site, to the workshop, and listen to the all opinions about the site. So I would say probably including community as a resource person and also the participant for our programs would be the very good idea. And also because of this democratization of the communication, we now have a lot of tools of the social networks, so we can directly connect to the younger generation. So I think that will be some of our strategy as well.
Thank you for that very much. I think these are all interesting ideas and ways to go forward. I guess my fear still remains that the numbers of local communities, I mean, having a course for a local community is one thing, but if you think of all of the sites, I mean, if I think of Zimbabwe, I mean, Great Zimbabwe is, yes, maybe the most important site in Zimbabwe, but there are hundreds of other dry stone sites, and not just in Zimbabwe, in Botswana, and in other neighboring countries. So the problem just becomes, how is it possible to trickle that down, I guess. And I guess, and I'm going to actually ask one other thing that I didn't mention to you all before, but I'm going to throw it out, and that is the language issue. The country that I'm most familiar with in sub-Saharan Africa is Kenya, and there are 68 languages in sub-Saharan in Kenya. How do we reach communities? Communities, yes, they speak commonly. They speak Kiswahili, and I'm speaking Kenya now, not other places, but they commonly speak Kiswahili and they speak English. But the local language, the community language, is their local language, and that's 68 different languages. So again, the question becomes, how do we actually get to that point? I'm just wondering if this is sort of a question out of the blue, so you may not have a particular answer to it, but if you have any sort of comment on that, I'd love to hear that.
I don't have, of course, an answer, but just a comment to add. So, as a Category 2 center, we had the 5-year MOU with the African World Heritage Fund, and we just finished our first workshop in Namibia to have a capacity building program to the site managers in Africa, 15 to 30 site managers. And then from next year, we have to plan our 4-year plan for the project, but then we sort of made an obstacle. So how do we, because the head of the African World Heritage Fund, they raised the question, the most important issue is the language, because they have all the different languages, and then we need to hire interpreter. So we temporarily decided to divide by the language region by the language. So then we will step by step, year by year, have a similar language zone to have a same capacity building program at the same time. So we also have a similar issue. Yeah.
Do you have any comments on this?
I don't have the answer, but I would like to share with you a work that I developed some years ago in Pakistan, where we developed a capacity building program with an international, the University of Lahore, we had the problem of the languages, of course. So maybe we can work with a sort of cascade effect. So starting from capacity building of I don't know people who learn and who know English, and then they could be the people who can do other capacity building with the communities.
Thanks. And I want to make it clear. I mean, we're talking about sub-Saharan Africa, but you know, Italy has local languages also. No, but seriously, if I go to Naples tomorrow, it's not that I'm going to understand everything that they say in Naples. And if I go to Sicily, it's not like I'm going to understand. If I walk into a local situation where people are talking to each other, I mean, I speak Italian fluently, I would say, but I don't speak Neapolitan fluently, and I don't speak Sicilian fluently. So this is not a problem of Africa. This is actually a problem everywhere in the world. I suspect also here, and you know, certainly in other countries in this region also. Before I go on?
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to what I said before, partnering with local organizations. Because within a certain community, we've got organizations which deals with these communities, even they have different languages they speak. So the starting point is to engage with these local organizations, and they can facilitate communication between the international organization and the grassroots communities. I think the best approach is just to go through these local organizations. For example, in Zimbabwe, giving an example, we have the Chiefs Council. The Chiefs Council, if you are, for example, you want to engage with the community, if you go through the Chiefs Council or if you go through the local government, it will be an easy path for you to meet with the communities. So I think engaging the local organizations is the way to go.
So finding the right path, essentially.
Yeah, just to find the path through. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so now my second question, because also part of, actually we had a very nice presentation. The third presentation was specifically on WIPIC and the work that WIPIC is doing. So I want to turn now toward WIPIC. And this is hypothetical, to each of the three of you. If you were advising WIPIC as to a future program of activities, let's say 2 activities or 3 activities, what 3 activities would you recommend an organization like WIPIC implement in the next, let's say, 2 years or 3 years in order to enhance capacity building for interpretation and presentation? And in addition, so what would be the 2 or 3 activities you would recommend, and what would be the target audiences for those 2 or 3 activities? I'm going to go in reverse. No, I'm not going to go in reverse.
Okay.
I'll go in the same order.
I think the reverse is okay.
Yeah.
So you can start from that side.
Actually, for that question, as a WIPIC staff, I would love to just first share some of the studies that we've done for our capacity building strategy. So last year, the year that we established, we actually contracted a foundational study for the WIPIC's capacity building strategy. That was actually done by Konkuk University in Korea, and Eugene and Sarah was also in part of the study. And they came up with this 3 objective I should like to share with you. So the first is enhance research and policy efforts for inclusive heritage interpretation. And second is capacity building for the better understanding of World Heritage sites. For instance, develop tailored capacity building programs for different groups and stakeholders. And thirdly, the international cooperation and solidarity. For example, promote an exchange of international experts on heritage interpretation. And I would also like to ask add a question for that. So as a WIPIC staff, we always had a questioning of how we can effectively reach all the important stakeholders, not only the site managers and the lower level communities, but also for the decision makers and influential bodies, how we can effectively distribute our time and resource to their capacity building programs. So when you two come up with the programs, it'll be great to reflect that question as well. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And now I'll let you answer.
Okay, it's difficult. I think that you are doing a lot of work, and thank you for this. Maybe it could be useful to design training activities, also thinking about other sector, not only the cultural sector. For example, I am thinking about the touristic sector that are involved in some way in the site management of a cultural site. And they are the people who work in this sector are the first person that, for example, the tourists have with the engagement of the site, and so it could be useful to have this level of training activities, for example. And the second idea that I have, of course, I know that you work with young generation. I saw yesterday with your great workshop, but I would like to suggest to work with young people at all levels. Because they have the right to participate in this process, and they have a lot of ideas and projects we have seen yesterday. So building programs and projects that support them also until the realization of their idea, not only to share the ideas, but to support them to finalize their projects.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. I also think that WIPIC should facilitate for international cross-cultural exchange programs. This will create a platform for professionals to meet with local communities around World Heritage Sites, in as much as we want to preach the gospel of interpretation and presentation of World Heritage Sites. So I think it's one other platform to engage into international cross-cultural exchange programs. Then the second suggestion is to foster for community engagement and stakeholders sensitization, maybe through workshops and trainings, but targeting the local communities. Then finally, I think I understand ICROM is in a process of establishing youth hubs across the country. I don't know if it's across the country or it's only in Africa. And I think WIPIC can partner with ICROM to utilize that platform in line with the presentation and interpretation of World Heritage Sites. That's what I think. I don't know.
Thank you, and that's actually good. Yeah, actually, for now, it's only in sub-Saharan Africa. Well, it's in Africa, not just sub-Saharan, but certainly nothing stops us from expanding that to other regions of the world, if the resources open up and there's an interest. So thank you. Actually, thank you for all of that. I want to answer because you asked a second question, and I just want to make a quick comment because you said how to reach all of the different actors, let's say, and you mentioned decision makers, and I would say decision makers and politicians, and I would say that they're really hard to get involved because politicians don't think they need capacity building. They think they know everything already. They think that they're smart. So the key for me on that is to keep it as brief as possible, I mean, they're not going to come to a 1-week workshop. They're not going to come to even a 3-day workshop. You know, you need to produce materials that they can digest in an hour or in 2 hours or something like that. So you need to think about the in-depth workshops for the site managers and you know, maybe for some communities. And then you need to think about really brief things that people are going to be able to digest when they're people who don't generally digest, let's say. So it's just something to think about. Anyway, I think we've run out of time, and Sujong is pushing to get me off the stage again. So I want to thank everyone, and I hope this was a useful question session for you, and I think we can move to part 3 now.
Please stay with us for a while. I mentioned earlier in the morning that we will have a special side event between session 2 and session 3. So we would like to have the start of the side event. Yesterday and the day before yesterday, actually our forum has started on Monday. For the last 2 days, we have an opportunity to have the youth capacity building workshop. Monday, we have invited about 40 Korean students from the university to have the different lectures and the site visit, and also the practical exercise in the afternoon. And then yesterday, we had a kind of more competitive competition between the 5 international university teams, which has been selected earlier of this year. So that we have invited actually on site, and 12 of the students are sitting there so that you can mingle together. We announced the application and during the application process in September and October, we received the 12 applications to participate. And we have a team selection into 5 teams in October. And then we have an online orientation session between those 12 students or 5 teams. And then we went through the 2 times consultation process, because we gave them a kind of special mission to write up to choose one heritage site and to write up the heritage interpretation plan. And they chose their own site, each team. And each team has 2 or 3 members of team, either domestic students and also international students. We finally selected 2 Korean university team and 3 international university teams at the end. And then we had the final consultations at 2 times with 2 internal staff, including me and Ms. Shim of the Education and Networking Office, with 3 external experts who are all here today. And yesterday we went on the workshop to final draft to submit their heritage interpretation plan at the end. And then we have a kind of evaluation process among those 5 different teams, and then we selected the best award team at the end. Today we will have the 15 minutes presentation of yesterday's result, the best awarded team. The team name is Heritage in Motion. So I would like to invite 3 of them to the floor to present what they have at the end with their presentation, interpretation plan at the end yesterday. Please welcome the 3 of the members.
Hello, everyone. I'm so nervous. Hi, everyone. We're so grateful to be here. My name is Kevin. It's my friend Alex and Yu Yin. And my fellow training mates there, give some noise. So we're very grateful to have the platform here and to be given the opportunity to be trained in heritage. But I guess the biggest takeaway is actually to meet up with fellow students, with fellow international students also, and the experts who gave us a lot of insights about heritage. It makes us more passionate to continue our studies as well. So today we're going to present, so we're from the National University of Singapore, and we would like to present our heritage interpretation plan for a site in Sumatra, Indonesia, which is a coal mine in Sawalunto. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh.
So at first, I want to ask two questions. Do you know that Southeast Asia actually play a very important role in supplying of the coal to all of the world? Yeah. And the second question is that, do you know that Indonesia actually has an industrial heritage in the coal mining, and this coal mining town actually is one of the biggest and the oldest in this region. So I thought that it's our responsibility to introduce this site. So our outline is somehow like this. So firstly, let me introduce the site. So Sawalunto has such an unique nature of industrialization. Firstly, it was a former rice field, and it turned into Dutch colonial mining town, which draws the laborers from various culture background, and then creating a distinctive local culture. And it consists of around 3 areas. The first area is the mining site, and it is the place that we find the coal. And later, Area B is about the railway facilities and engineer structures. Area C is the port that we finally transported the coal to other places in the world. So it received the UNESCO recognition as a World Heritage Site in 2019, and the keywords of it is like it is the evidence of coal mining technology, and then it later was shaped by the local knowledge of tropical environment. Secondly, also showcases a distinctive technological ensemble that reflects the later stage of global industrialization. However, our team definitely found out that there's something beyond the outstanding universal value. It is the acculturation of various regional cultures of Sawalunto workers that give path to the formation of distinctive society. So till now you may identify. We move to the site itself, so we can see that maybe this is one of the elements. It is the windmill. Can you identify that? So actually, it's not show that in the historical context in the site. However, it appears here. We show that the current tourism focus less on education and cultural significance. It's somehow like a selfie park only for tourism purpose, but ignored about the cultural significance. And we move further. We found out that on-site existing interpretation it's somehow like static and non-interactive. Later, there are some events about the traditional dance and also included digital interpretation. However, we concluded that the existing interpretation is somehow mundane and weak, and it is decided by the small batch of people. Currently, the community involved is somehow minor, and the word is like a top-down approach. So we identify about 4 groups of stakeholders, communities, government, third party, and the visitors. We want to specifically mention about the government because one of the government stakeholder is the PT Bukit Assam. It's somehow like a property owner of the site. So it's a current government-owned coal mining company. It owns the land, while the residents itself are the tenants somehow. The esteemed situation will be the groups will utilize their resources and contribute to this plan as a collaborator and co-creator. After understanding the site, we start thinking what kind of methodology approach should we take for reference. So we have already gone through about the regulation and professional framework. The specific framework that I want to mention is about the interpretation for industrial heritage. So next thing that maybe we need to consider is what is the expected outcome and what we want to achieve through this HIP. So we found out that the existing vision is that the government wants to build the Sawalunto into a cultural mining tourism city. So what we do here is to complement the existing vision, official vision. So we realized that the bottom-up heritage interpretation could inspire more critical and, by extension, more ethical practice of interpreting heritage across borders. So hopefully, we hope that the HIP can take a community-led bottom-up approach, which is driven to share and validate the local migrant communities' experience of the industrial heritage site. So next is our outcome shared by Alex.
Thank you. So moving on to the content of the narratives, I think firstly, to situate the history significance of the place within a sustainable historical framework, it's important to employ a narrative structure that fosters inclusive dialogues and encompasses a diverse range of themes, ranging from the environment to culture and people to promote locality. So the team has selected 4 themes based on these 3 principles to form the main ingredients of the stories. Each contains slices of the ingredients suggested before. So based on this formula, the themes are created to suggest the story of the actual heritage environment. And it's good to note that the themes are not constrained to a single subject, a single time, or a single place. Each thematic element involves a diverse array of narratives, subjects spanning from colonial, post-colonial, and the contemporary days and the prospective future. So the first narrative that we are proposing is called Towards a Sustainable Post-Industrial Land. So it's touching upon the topic of a tradition of mining practice and infrastructural innovations that shape the Sawalunto's identity throughout its various transformations. Then the selection of the topics in this section are to introduce the root of the industrial landscape that significantly shapes the cultural identity of Sawalunto and the present condition relevant to the topics. And this is a sort of the mapping of potential location in which the narratives would be conveyed. The second one is called Social Cultural Dynamic. It is telling a story about the cultural acculturations where the indigenous Minangkabonis meet the diverse migrant communities. So the topics selected in this section aim to present the distinctive cultural assets of Sawalunto, which have emerged through encounters between diverse people in various circumstances, leading to the acculturation of multiple distinct cultural traditions. So these narratives serve to compel stakeholders to comprehend that Sawalunto is characterized by diversity while also promoting inclusivity. The next one is the ups and downs, and it is touching upon the idea of our story of testimonies, changes, and challenges that the people have experienced. And the theme of this section is to provide an inclusive heritage environment for both local and foreign stakeholders by conveying the stories of the local and wider communities in preserving the constant transformation of Sawalunto, which may have resulted in goods and bads. So the selection of theme it served to communicate Sawalunto's intrinsic value, to add on to the existing interpretation to provide understanding to the identity of the area as a land of resiliency that is informed by the heterogeneity of the environment, people, and culture. It's also a way for the area to explore the realm of inclusive heritage tourism that is sustainable not only by the preservation of the tangible and intangible heritage elements, but also through the involvement of the local communities that actively engage in the interpretative practice. Therefore, the practice of these narratives, the interpretation practice of this narrative shall involve the elements of people or community or communities where possible to communicate the senses to the visitors. I'll pass the stage to Gavin for the next part.
Oops. Okay. Yeah. So based on the narratives that Alex has explained, we have devised recommendations in which start with 0, with the recommendation 0, in which what to do before the recommendations are devised. So first is how to participate community, in which we derive the narratives or even what they really want for Sawalunto, because our vision is to have the well-being of the citizens first, and to create Sawalunto as a living and a thriving city, and have the tourism as a byproduct. And and also to have a heritage impact assessment afterwards, so that we can always recalibrate, or we can expand the recommendations that we have already been giving. And also for the policy in itself, we start with how to embrace the multiculturalism in the site by having the native Minangkabau language in text in the media, such as this Jawi scripts for the Minangkabau Malay, and also the Tansi language, in which is the Creole language of the miners, and how to present that in the media. And also how to have the naming of the street as well. So aside from the national name, we reintroduce the Dutch naming in, like, for instance, this is in Java, where they have the name in Bahasa Jalan Ijen, but also in Dutch Ijenstraat. So in which we would like a reconciliation also, and how the place rekindle with its colonial history. So next, in physical interpretation, we would like to bring back the historical city's townscape of Sawalunto by eliminating these gigantic texts from the various buildings, and they even have like a Hollywood-style signage in one of their hills. So fortunately, there's no such thing in Seoul. And also how to have sensible interpretive boards, and also relief sculpture that depicts the stories of the local miners, which can be created in the style of Sawalunto wayang. So it's like a mixed wayang in the Javanese and the Minangkabau style, which was created by the local craftsmen. And also to establishing heritage trail, and also the natural trails as well. And also how to have experiential interpretation, such as a cooking studio, perhaps, which can be conducted at the ration warehouse in the site, because before they have like a centralized cooking facility for all the miners, and how stories behind food and what the miners eat can be narrated. And also to organize events such as the Pasar Malam, in which have the historical precedent that the miners used to have these, that the Dutch colonial administrator used to have like night markets for the miners, so they can, let off steam for a whole week of hard work. And also the digital interpretation by creating AR, so visitors can experience the site through various medias, and also how to create a digital presence for Sawalunto through an integrated website for Sawalunto, and also perhaps for all of the UNESCO's the World Heritage Sites in Indonesia, because currently it's very dispersed and not cohesive. And also how to create a centralized repository of all of the publication about Sawalunto as well, and also the 360 virtual reality for the site as well. So these are the 5 themes, the 5 categories for the recommendation. But we would like also to display this, how the narratives is conveyed through our recommendations, in which every aspect of the 4 themes and the different stories for every narrative is displayed, is the way that we make sure that our recommendation is aligned to the narratives that we are giving. And also for this part, we would like to give recommendation for the local municipality government and also the local government to update the vision for the city, not just as a tourism city, but a place of innovation in the spirit of what the Dutch was intended for Sawalunto. So perhaps the site in which has the historic deactivated railroad tracks can be reactivated for experiments for eco-locomotive innovation, in which education facilities to educate the local youth for such as training centers, and which we can bring Sawalunto's relevance to the current generation and for future days to come. Thank you very much.
You probably have a lot of questions, but we have limited time to have the questions. Through the process of consultation and the evaluation yesterday, 5 experts has been participating to consult their heritage interpretation plan until late yesterday. I would like to introduce the chair of the evaluation process, Dr. O.M. Bisley, to the floor to give us a summary of our lessons that we have learned from them, and also the process, what we felt during the process as well. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone, and may I just say how honoured I was to be asked to chair the evaluation panel for our very hard-working students. It was an incredibly edifying process. I don't think I worked nearly as hard when I was a student as an undergraduate or a postgraduate. They have delivered the most amazing amount of work in a very short amount of time, and they are really all to be congratulated. As we've said, there can only be one winner, but they're actually all winners because they made it to the last 5. And to do that was really quite a challenge, and there was very strong competition. So you should not feel bad that you weren't the winner, because you're all winners. Yes, I think it was really fascinating for all of the evaluation panel members, expert panel members, to read the interpretation plans. There was so much detail in all of them. And I think each of us from the evaluation panel came from a different perspective. We have different life experiences, different heritage experiences. And so as a collaborative group, we were able to see the strengths in all of the plans and learn things ourselves that we didn't know before, particularly if we aren't from the Asia Pacific region, and learning about the sites that were chosen. So we had the Centre for Heritage Management looked at the Ajanta Caves, a fantastic piece of work looking at the challenges of interpretation and tourism at a very sensitive site. Team Domino looked at the historic village of Yangdon, a wonderful, inventive approach to interpretation and programs to have sustainable tourism there. Team Glocal looked at the historic city of Vigan, a beautiful site, a colonial historic site, again fascinating and a great piece of work done there. The fabulous Vector looked at the historic centre of Macau, again a historic colonial town, really fascinating, multi-variant, multicultural issues and stories to be told there. And what all of the teams did really well was look at the stakeholders, not just at the outstanding universal value, but what other values could be told there, what the intangible cultural heritage was at these places that could be emphasised and brought out and supported to enable sustainable development and interpretation at these sites. So they did an absolutely fantastic job. All of them worked so hard and really drew out the detail of what we were hoping that they would do, as a new way of looking at interpretation. And of course, the winning team, Heritage in Motion, who you've just heard, they were the 5th team looking at the coal mining site in Sawalunto. They did, as you have seen, a really magnificent job. Very, very detailed, very thorough, very logical in their thinking, but also inventive in the types of interpretation that they hope to do on the site, always bearing in mind that it's the local community, the migrant community, the descendants of the migrant community, what they needed at that site to be able to live there and to benefit them as well as the visitors. So that's why they won. So congratulations to them. And just briefly, just to say a little bit about the process of selecting. So each of the panel members engaged with 3 draft plans, either as a mentor in those first 2 iterations, or as a mentor on the day yesterday. So each of us had interaction with 3 plans. So not only did those 3 teams benefit from different inputs, but we also had the opportunity to really become familiar with them all. And in fact, we all read all of the 5 plans. And so then when we had the presentations yesterday, we listened and saw the PowerPoints, which were, in themselves a magnificent piece of work. And then we evaluated the plans against a set of criteria which the WIPIC team had developed in consultation with the evaluation panel. And so it was a robust process, and we did have scoring and criteria that we had to score against. It was tricky. You see my score sheet, I crossed things out so many times. I was like, oh, this number, no, even better, no, oh, well, I'm not sure. Anyway, and then so the WIPIC team then had to go and check all our adding up because we've made such a mess of it. But it was, so I can say that it was robust and it was double checked and the evaluation was correct. But we did the ranking like that, and we had collective scores for each of the teams. And this is the first time the teams have heard this. So we had a collective score. But we didn't just rely on the scores. We then had a roundtable discussion to talk about the strengths of each of the plans and, where we saw the real benefits of the plans. And so as the experts together, we exchanged our views about each of the plans. So it was So we validated the scores, and in fact, that's how we came to the decision. So we scored, and then we talked, and we agreed that the scores were right. So the numbers never lie. We know that. And so we confirmed the winning team, and that's how we did it. And it was a really fantastic process, and I think it was a two-way process for both the panel and the students. I think we got as much out of it as you did, to be honest. And now I have 5 new World Heritage sites I have to visit. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Beasley. Before we finish up this side event, I'd like to individually, team by team, to support with me and to support the team with a big applause. I'd like to call out CHM. 2 ladies from India are here. So please give us a big applause to them. Yes. And next, I would like to introduce Team Domino. Team Domino, 3 of you. Yes. Yes. And we have Team Glokar from Konkuk University, 2 ladies. Finally, we have the fabulous Vector. Thank you very much. You deserve the more support and more applause from us. Thank you very much for staying with us, the side event. And we will have a very short 5 minutes break. Then we will come back for the last session, session 3. There are more leftover beverage and some sweets, so pick up, because after 5 minutes we will have the final sessions and then we will go home. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Session 3 is the last session to look at the new priorities, breaking barriers and improving capabilities. We have, again, 3 speakers, and we would like to start with Dr. Chun Kim from Jeonnam National University to talk about Kepler, Korean tidal flats, and communities. Please welcome Dr. Chun Kim to the floor to his presentation.
네, 소개받은 전남대학교의 김준이라고 합니다. 금년 6월에 퇴직하고 학교를 옮겼고요. 그 전에 한 10년 정도 지역에 있는 정책연구원에 있었습니다. 그때 갯벌 세계유산을 10여 년 전에 막 스타트할 때 함께 결합해서 연구를 시작을 했고요. 퇴직 앞두고 한국의 갯벌이 세계유산에 등재된다는 소식을 듣고 퇴직을 했습니다. 그때 당시에는 크게 한국의 갯벌이 3개 영역에서 준비가 됐었는데요. 하나는 갯벌의 문화 영역이고, 또 하나는 생물 부분이고, 갯벌 생물 부분이고, 또 하나는 지형 지질, 이렇게 3가지 영역에서 진행이 됐습니다. 그리고 진행이 되면서 이제 생물 쪽으로 포커스가 이렇게 맞춰지면서 오이부위를 이렇게 찾아가는 그런 과정이었고요. 초기에 논의할 때는 복합유산에 대한 논의도 있었습니다. 한국의 갯벌은 뒤에 얘기하겠지만은 그 주민들을 중심으로 한 그런 이해 당사자들이 아주 밀접하게 관련되어 있고, 또 실질적으로 그들이 그 전통 지식에 기반한 갯벌의 먹이를 이렇게 그 식량을 채취하는 이런 것들이 매우 중요했기 때문에 그것도 유산에 포함돼야 되는 거 아닌가, 이런 논의들을 좀 많이 하게 됐습니다. 그래서 제가 지금 오늘 발표하려고 하는 부분들은 특히 그 부분에 초점을 두면서 갯벌의 그 오유부위를 지켜가는 그런 과정에 지역 주민들의 그런 전통 지식이나 이런 것들이 전제되지 않으면 주민 참여는 현실적으로 좀 어려운 부분들이 있다. 이런 걸 말씀드리려고 합니다. 앞 세션에서 제가 그 다른 사례들이나 이런 얘기를 들으면서 느꼈던 게, 저는 이제 한국의 갯벌에 이렇게 비추어 가지고 좀 생각을 좀 많이 해봤어요. 그래서 그 공동체는 과정이면 앞으로도 계속 논의가 되어야 된다. 종결점이 아니다라고 하는 부분에 깊이 공감을 했고요. 또 활동가는 맥락 속에서 활동해야 된다. 이것도 역시 마찬가지였습니다. 지역에서 갯벌을 얘기할 때 그 갯벌에서 생물들을 채취하거나 이런 것들이 그 생물 다양성의 훼손이라고 하는 시선으로 봤을 때는 이해하기 어려운 부분들이 좀 있죠. 근데 이제 그런 맥락 속에서 이렇게 한국이 가지고 있는 갯벌의 이용 방식이나 지속해왔던 그 문화, 이런 맥락 속에서 접근했을 때 이해할 수 있는 부분들이 있죠. 근데 이 부분을 유럽이나 이런 쪽에서 세계유산을 주도했던 측에서 볼 때는 처음에는 조금 그 이해하기 어려운 부분들이 있는데, 이제 한국의 그 이용 방식들이나 갯벌의 활용 방안, 이런 것들을 이제 이해하게 되면은 그 부분에 대해서도 문화적인 그런 가치로 존중받을 수 있고, 또 그렇게 되어야 된다는 생각을 같이 하게 됐습니다. 세 번째, 제일 이제 제가 중요하게 생각하는 부분인데, 이해 당사자, 이해 관계자라고 하는 부분들이 아까 첫 번째 세션에서도 사람 중심을 계속 얘기를 했었는데, 갯벌은 사람과 함께 생물도 이렇게 공동체 안에 함께 들어와야 되는 부분들이 있습니다. 이게 이제 한국의 갯벌이 가지고 있는 독특함이면서 또 특징이기도 한 부분이라고 생각이 됩니다. 이런 걸로 봤을 때 이 해석과 설명의 중요성이라고 하는, 세계유산에서 해석과 설명의 중요성이라고 하는 것에 깊이 공감을 했었고, 사실은 저는 초대를 받았을 때 해석과 설명이 뭐지? 사실 이런 정말 궁금해했었고, 그래서 조금 일찍 와서 좀 들어봤는데 너무 좋았던 것 같습니다. 우선 그 한국의 갯벌 유산구역의 한 지역인데요. 그 지역에 어떤 이해 당사자들이, 이해 관계자들이 있는가를 사진으로 좀 보여드릴게요. 지금 시작되고 있는 곳인데요. 전라북도에 있는 고창의 곰소만이라고 하는 지역인데, 지금 김양식을 겨울철에 합니다. 김양식을 하고 있는 그 장소입니다. 지금 진행되고 있는 것이고요. 이거는 그 김양식을 하기 위해서 갯벌로 이렇게 들어가는 부분들인데, 특히 이 부분에서 보면은 지금 그 어민들이 이 갯벌로 세계유산 구역인 걸로 생업을 하기 위해서 들어가고 있는데, 그 앞에 날고 있는 게 도요새들입니다. 저 도요새들이 호주와 시베리아를 오가면서 한국의 갯벌에 먹이 활동을 하기 위해서 멈추는데, 사실은 저 도요새들 때문에 한국의 갯벌이 세계 자연유산에 등재될 수 있었죠. 갯벌이 사라졌을 때 저 생물들이 이 중간에 쉬어서 먹이 활동할 수 있는 공간들이 사라지기 때문에, 그렇게 됐을 때는 개체수를 줄이거나 아니면 멸종되는 그런 상황에 이르게 되는데, 이게 새만의 문제는 아니라는 얘기죠. 먼 미래에 우리 미래 세대의 생존과도 직결되는 부분들이기 때문에 그런 중요한 생물 다양성과 서식지로서 갯벌이라고 하는 것이 세계유산 그 유네스코에서 봤을 때는 중요하다, 오유부위가 충분히 있다, 이런 판단을 했던 것들이죠. 그리고 그 공간에는 여러 사람들이 모여서 한국에서는 그걸 품앗이라고 얘기를 하는데요. 서로 도와가면서 어업 활동들을 하고 있는 모습입니다. 그리고 그런 어업 활동이 시작하거나 이럴 때는 주민들끼리 모여가지고 음식도 나누고 또 거기서 한국에서 그 독특하게 하고 있는 그런 그 양식이 잘 되기를 또는 물고기가 잘 잡히기를 바라는 그런 풍어제도 여전히 이렇게 하고 있습니다. 그리고 마지막 미래 세대가 그곳에서 똑같은 장소입니다. 그곳에서 해양 생태 교육을 하고 있는 그런 모습입니다. 어쩌면 이런 퍼포먼스가 또는 이런 그 일련의 프로그램들이 세계유산 구역이라고 하는 곳에서 이루어지고 또 앞으로 진행되어야 되고 지속되어야 될 그런 영역들이고 그 각각이 전부 다 이해관계자가 될 수 있다는 부분들이죠. 이게 한 지역에서 꽤 그 잘 모델로서 잘 되고 있는 곳에서 이루어지고 있는 곳들인데 이게 유산구역에 확대되고 그리고 한국의 또 다른 갯벌에도 이런 프로그램들이 또 이런 가치들이 이런 또 해석과 설명들이 확대되었을 때 한국의 갯벌은 더 잘 보존될 수 있으리라고 생각이 됩니다. 이 지역이 지금 그 지역입니다. 지도에 나와 있는 부분들이 그리고 지도에 나와 있는 노란색으로 되어 있는 부분들이 이 내만 안에 바다 내만 안에 어민들이 실제로 경제 활동을 하는 아까 그 어민들이 양식을 하기 위해서 구획되어 있는 그 구역입니다. 그래서 저렇게 갯벌 안에서 많은 양식을 하고 있기 때문에 지역 주민들이 양식 활동을 어떤 방식으로 하느냐는 갯벌의 지속성에 매우 큰 영향을 줄 수밖에 없고 기존에 했던 것과 다른 방식의 양식 방법들이나 친환경적이거나 지속 가능한 어업이나 이런 것들이 이루어져야만이 가능한 부분들인데 그걸 일방적으로 주민들에게만 강요할 수는 없는 부분들이죠. 그래서 세계유산에 지정되고 나서 거기에 맞는 정책 개발들이나 지원이나 이런 것들이 함께 이렇게 이루어졌을 때 가능할 수 있으리라 이렇게 생각이 됩니다. 그런 어업 활동 중에 하나가 지금 사진에서 볼 수 있는 것처럼 그런 갯벌에서 낙지를 잡거나 또는 조개를 캐거나 하는 그런 활동들이죠. 단순한 도구를 가지고서 해온 대규모의 그런 어업들이 아니라 주민들이 공동으로 이용하는 그런 어업의 그 형태들이고 이게 아까 봤던 그런 양식하는 부분들이고요. 가장 단순한 것은 그 지역에 살고 있는 주민들이 나가서 어업 활동을 물이 빠지면은 할 수 있는 공간입니다. 지금 한국의 갯벌이라고 지정되어 있는 곳들은 그리고 조금 더 관리가 잘 된 곳들 이런 곳들은 정해진 양만 채취를 해서 판매하는 여기는 꽤 경제적인 가치가 있는 갯벌이면서 커뮤니티 안에서 잘 관리하고 있는 그런 갯벌인 셈이죠. 그리고 심지어는 구획해서 집집 가가호호 자기 지역을 갖고서 운영을 하고 있는 곳들도 있고요. 조금 더 그 자기 자본과 노력이 들어가 있는 곳들은 저렇게 자기 구역을 갖고 있는 곳들도 있습니다. 물론 이 구역이 사유재산은 아닙니다. 전부 다 공유 수면이고 국가가 관리하는 곳이기 때문에 개인이 사고 팔 수 있는 공간들은 아니지만은 구획되어 있는 곳들은 우선적으로 그 지역 주민들이 이용할 수 있는 권리들을 갖게 되는 그런 구역입니다. 처음에 한국의 갯벌을 세계유산에 등재할 때 주목을 했던 게 섬 주변에 있는 갯벌이었어요. 그래서 그 섬 주변에 있는 갯벌이라고 하는 것을 끄집어냈던 것은 와데네의 갯벌과 차별성들이 뭐가 있을까라고 하면서 그 지형 지질적으로 형성되어가는 과정에서 차이라고 하는 것들 찾아내려고 했던 부분들인데 나중에는 그게 논의가 되면서 한국의 갯벌이라고 하는 네이밍으로 이렇게 바뀌게 됩니다. 그 갯벌이라고 하는 곳은 어촌이라고 하는 커뮤니티에서 공동체의 아주 중요한 공유 자원인 셈이죠. 그 공유 자원이고 그 공유 자원을 크게 이 얘기를 한다고 하면은 저렇게 세 번째 보면은 A, B, C로 나눠져 있는데요. 지금 B 지역과 A 지역이 한국의 갯벌로 구획되어 있는 곳들이 포함되어 있는 지역입니다. 저 지역에서는 김양식이나 바지락 양식들을 많이 하는 곳이죠. 그래서 김양식이나 바지락 양식은 그 어업 형태 자체가 공동체에 기반하지 않으면 하기 힘든 그런 양식들입니다. 이 반면에 이제 조금 더 큰 규모로 하고 있는 또는 뭐 깊은 바다에서 하고 있는 이런 지역들은 세계유산 지역에서 빠져 있죠. 빠져 있고 지금 앞으로 그 2026년까지 더 확대하겠다라고 하는 지역은 빠져 있지만은 갯벌이 발달되어 있고 철새들이나 또는 생물 다양성이 충분히 그 오유비를 입증할 만한 그런 가치가 있는 그런 갯벌들로 확대했으면 좋겠다 이런 권고사항들이 지금 진행되고 있습니다. 공동체에서 어촌 공동체에서 가장 중요한 부분들은 갯벌이고 그 갯벌은 아까 얘기한 것처럼 김미역, 우뭇가사리 등 이런 해조류나 그 다음에 바지락이나 이런 조개를 양식하는 그런 공간들이다 이렇게 말씀드릴 수 있을 것 같습니다. 근데 현실은 좀 녹록지 않습니다. 기후 변화, 기후 위기도 있고 또 연안의 환경 오염들도 있고 그러면서 그 연안과 접하거나 섬과 접해 있는 그런 갯벌들이 자꾸 환경들이 악화되고 있는 부분들이 있죠. 그래서 경제적인 가치가 떨어지게 되면서 어민들로부터 약간 외면되는 부분들이 있습니다. 이렇게 이제 외면되면 그 다음에 가는 프로세스가 개발을 원하는 형태로 이렇게 가게 되죠. 근데 생물 다양성이나 또는 국제적인 요구나 이런 측면에서는 갯벌의 가치는 차츰차츰 높아지고 있죠. 그 가치가 새롭게 발견된 부분들이 있죠. 뭐 탄소 절감 부분들이든지 또는 세계유산과 같은 그렇게 국제사회가 한국의 갯벌에 대해서 새롭게 주목하는 부분들이 있죠. 지금까지 없었던 게 아니라 있었던 가치들을 새롭게 발견해내는 이런 가치들이 있기 때문에 비록 그 어민들이 이용하는 경제적인 가치는 과거에 비해서 조금 떨어질지 모르지만은 여전히 갯벌이 가지고 있는 그 가치들은 새로운 가치들은 계속 발견되고 있고 확인되고 있고 이게 미래 세대에게는 더 중요할 수도 있다. 그래서 세계유산이라고 하는 것을 갯벌이라고 하는 형태로 해서 추진했던 것도 그런 맥락과 맥을 같이 한다고 볼 수 있을 것 같습니다. 여기 지도에서 보는 거는 인천 쪽하고 얼마 전에 세계 잼버리 대회를 했던 새만금 쪽입니다. 지금 이쪽 여기가 인천공항 쪽인데요. 아마 여기 오신 분들은 저 갯벌이 위에 활주로가 놓인 걸 타고 내려서 여기 들어왔을 거예요. 거기가 과거에는 조개가 어마어마하게 수도권의 조개를 거의 다 공급할 수 있는 조개밭이었고 낙지가 많았던 곳입니다. 우리가 그걸 매립하면서 국제공항을 만들고 거기를 타고 활주로를 타고 내려와서 지금 여기 앉아 있는 거죠. 그리고 갯벌을 보존하다고 지금 소리를 높이고 있는 그런 상황들이죠. 두 번째는 잼버리 대회가 있었던 것이고 20여 년 전에 저기는 한국의 최고의 바지락 서식지였고 세계의 거대한 지자체가 어민들이 저 공간에서 먹고 살았던 공간들이죠. 지금 그 어민들은 자기들이 일했던 그 생업의 터전들을 전부 다 잃어버린 공간이기도 하죠. 어떻게 활용해야 될지 지금도 계획이 없는 곳이기도 합니다. 오른쪽에는 세계유산에 지정된 지역을 표시한 곳입니다. 세계유산 가장 넓은 지역이 신안 지역이고 그리고 그 위쪽에 두 군데가 있고 밑에 4개, 5개 지자체의 4개 구역으로 이렇게 되어 있죠. 맨 왼쪽에 있는 사진은 인천 가장 갯벌 매립을 많이 했던 그런 지역이고 그 다음에는 아까 국제공항을 있었던 곳이고 그 다음에 새만금 지역이고 그리고 세계유산이 지정되어 있는 곳입니다. 한국의 갯벌의 매립이나 이용 방식의 스펙트럼을 보여줄 수 있는 그런 사진이라고 얘기를 할 것 같습니다. 이거는 이제 사진인데요. 이렇게 어민들이 이용을 한 그런 사례들이고요. 맨 위에 있는 가운데 마을에서 가지고 있는 마을 규칙이죠. 갯벌을 어떻게 이용할 것인가 주민들이 협의해서 규모를 정하고 새로 온 사람에게는 어느 정도의 갯벌을 줄 것인가 이런 걸 문선으로 만들었어요. 이건 법으로 정해져 있는 건 아니고 마을 규칙으로 정해져 있는 것이고 그걸 지금도 그대로 이용을 하고 있는 셈이죠. 밑에 있는 그림은 갯벌은 아니지만 연안 습지에 해당되는 부분들이고 섬 주변에 있는 갯바위에 미역 채취를 하는 구간들을 나누어서 주민들이 추첨을 해서 뽑고 매년 돌아가면서 이용을 하는 그런 문서가 마을에 남아 있는 것입니다. 이렇게 갯벌들은 한정된 공간에서 주민들이 생계를 위해서 필요 불가결하게 이용해야 되는 부분들이기 때문에 수많은 논의를 하면서 이용하는 방식과 지속 가능한 방법들을 스스로 선택하지 않으면은 커뮤니티 자체가 지속되기가 어려웠던 그런 측면들이 있죠. 세계 자연유산에 지정되어 있는 곳에서 낙지를 잡고 있는 부분들인데 국가 중요어업유산에 지정되어 있고 세계 농업유산에 또 지금 등재를 신청하려고 준비를 하고 있습니다. 여기에 이용하는 도구들입니다. 아주 단순한 도구이고 이 도구들은 갯벌의 종류나 형태에 따라서 모양이 달라지고 잡는 생물에 따라서 이렇게 달라지고 있죠. 이건 백합이라고 하는 조개를 캐는 그런 도구인데 맨 왼쪽에 있는 것은 아까 사라져버렸던 새만금 넓은 갯벌에서 백합을 잡는 도구였고 가운데는 영광이나 세계유산에 지정된 고창이나 이런 데서 이용한 그런 그 똑같은 백합을 잡는 도구였고 그 다음에 오른쪽에 있는 것은 인천 쪽에서 백합을 잡는 도구였죠. 똑같은 백합을 잡는 도구지만은 지역 거리, 이동 거리, 그 물의 깊이 이런 걸 고려해 가지고 도구도 주민들이 직접 만들어서 사용했던 것들이죠. 그래서 백합이라고 하는 갯벌이 사라지면서 한 종의 생물이 사라질지는 모르지만은 그것과 맞물려서 함께 사라지는 엄청난 그런 문화유산들, 삶의 흔적들도 있게 되죠. 이게 대부분 그 갯벌이 발달한 그런 지역에서 사용하고 있는 도구들이고 주민들이 직접 만들어서 사용하는 도구들입니다. 갯벌을 이용할 때는 개인들이 마음대로 들어가서 이용을 하지는 않습니다. 주민들이 회의를 통해서 들어가는 날과 나오는 날, 잡아야 될 생물 이런 것들을 정해놓고 이용을 하고 있죠. 지금 이것도 그런 사진 중에 하나입니다. 한 50여 명 정도 한 마을 주민들이 지금 낙지나 바지락을 캐기 위해서 들어가고 있는 그런 모습입니다. 또 갯벌은 음식을 만드는 소중한 재료이기도 하죠. 지금 여기는 갯벌에서 나는 것 중에 일부만 소개를 한 것인데요. 겨울철에 나는 가시파래라고 하는 서해안 쪽에서는 즐겨 먹는 그런 음식 중에 하나고요. 그리고 김도 역시 마찬가지고 그리고 가사리, 우뭇가사리라고 하는 것도 역시 마찬가지고요. 톳, 특히 이 톳 같은 경우에는 섬 주민들이 봄철이 되면은 식량이 떨어지고 그 식량이 떨어지게 되면은 그 식량을 늘려 먹기 위해서 이런 톳 해조류나 또는 감자나 고구마 이런 걸 쌀이나 곡물과 섞어 가지고 같이 식량을 했었죠. 그래서 바다나 갯벌은 그렇게 공군기에 먹고 살기가 없을 때 식량을 공급해 주는 곳이기도 했습니다. 네. 결론 부분인데요. 어쨌든 이 갯벌 어업유산을 이해하기 위해서는 어민이라고 하는 영역과 그리고 그 바다가 가지고 있는 그 조차라고 하는 그런 공간의 그 해양학적인 그런 특성 그리고 갯벌 생물들 이런 것까지 인간과 생물과 갯벌이 가지고 있는 환경과 이런 것들 함께 살피고 그 각각의 이해 당사자들이 또 물려 있는 부분들이 있기 때문에 이해 당사자가 그 다른 문화유산, 다른 유산보다 훨씬 더 복잡한 관계망을 갖고 있다 이런 생각이 듭니다. 그래서 주민 그리고 생물 그리고 심지어는 그걸 이용하는 도시민, 뭐 여행이든지 해양 레저를 즐기는 사람이든지 또는 체험을 하려고 하는 사람들이든지 이런 영역까지도 이 커뮤니티 안에 들어와야 되고 이해관계자로서 논의가 돼야 되는 부분들이 있다. 그런 것들을 오늘 하고 있는 세션과 이렇게 연결해서 본다고 하면은 뭐 설명과 해석이라고 하는 그런 측면들이 있어야 되는데 그거는 갯벌이 가지고 있는 문화적인 가치들이나 주민들이 그동안의 그 생활해왔던 전통 지식이라고 하는 것에 기반한 그런 해석과 설명들이 전제되어야 가능한 부분들이다 이런 생각이 듭니다. 그래서 한국의 갯벌이 이 생물과 그리고 사람과 그리고 새와 또 심지어는 도시 소비자까지 그리고 글로벌한 영역까지 이렇게 포함된 그런 논의 체계로 이렇게 이루어져야만이 지속 가능한 부분들이 있다 이런 생각이 듭니다. 네, 여기까지 제 얘기 마치도록 하겠습니다. 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much. Although when Keppel was listed to the World Heritage List, all those kind of different stakeholders and their cultures and their life has not been fully respected in the process of nominations, and probably it is our duty to get them back to the context of the preserving the Keppel and the natural heritage sites with the communities. Probably that is a kind of enlightening us through these presentations. Our next presenter would be two presenters. So I would like to invite Dr. Owen Bisley at South Wales National Parks and Wildlife Service, and also Ms. Verna Papin from First Peoples Consultative Groups to give us and talk about the people-centered, right-based approach to inclusive interpretations. Please welcome Dr. Owen Bisley and also the Ms. Papin online. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. And I would like to introduce Ms. Papin, who's on the screen here. She and I are going to do the presentation together. I'm going to do the first half, which is the sort of policy framework, and then Verna will present the heritage at Willandra, which he's very well equipped to do, about the fossil trackway site. But before we start, and I'll just do a brief conclusion, but before we start, we'd like to provide an acknowledgement, which is a traditional thing that we do in Australia and we feel very important to do. And Ms. Papin is going to read that acknowledgement for us this afternoon. Thank you, Verna. We can't hear you. Can you turn your microphone on? Dan, can you help? A few technical issues, we'll get there. It's quite hard beaming in from Australia. And it's quite late there too, so. We had lots of sound checks today, lots and lots of sound checks, and yesterday, so my apologies. But I tell you, it'll be worth it. Ooh, sounds promising.
Hello, testing.
Yes, we hear you. Thanks, Verna.
I can hear Owen now.
Yeah.
No, they've turned everything off.
Can you hear me? We can hear you. I hope my time hasn't started already. Can you reset the clock?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Owen?
Yes.
Yes, beautiful. Hello.
Hello. So, Verna.
Okay, thank you, Owen.
Yeah, over to you to do the acknowledgement. Thank you.
Okay. So today we are talking about World Heritage interpretation and presentation, and in doing so, we include recognition of First Nations peoples, unbreakable connection and responsibility to country, including country where World Heritage properties are located. In delivering this paper, we would specifically like to acknowledge and pay respects to the Barkindji, Muti Muti, and the Yampa people, on whose lands Willandra Lakes region World Heritage property is located, and pay our respects to their elders, past, present, and emerging. Thank you, Owen.
Thanks very much, Verna. Can we have the next slide, please, Dan? If you can hear me. So we're presenting on the Willandra Lakes World Heritage Area, which is in Australia, in New South Wales. So New South Wales is the little pink bottom right of Australia. Some of you will have been there. And Willandra Lakes is just northeast of Mildura on that larger map. It's a lake system, an ancient lake system. So that's where we are. So on the border of South Australia, Victoria, and New South Wales, pretty much. You can see the dotted line, which is the New South Wales and Victorian border. So that's just to give you an idea of where we are. So in 1981, the Willandra Lakes Region World Heritage Property was inscribed as one of Australia's first 3 World Heritage properties on the list. It was inscribed under Cultural Criterion 3 and for the evidence of at least 50,000 years of human occupation. Next slide, please, Dan. And for its ancient geological formations and dried out lake beds under Criterion 8. Its ongoing connection with the First Nations peoples of the Willandra, the 3 traditional tribal groups, which I'll refer to as the 3 TTG in the rest of this presentation, the Barkindji-Parkindji, the Muddy, which Miss Papin is a member of, and the Nyampa peoples, as a living cultural landscape was not in fact recognised by the Australian government at the time of its nomination. While the UNESCO policy for the integration of a sustainable development perspective into the processes of the World Heritage Convention, the sustainability policy, and the UN Sustainable Development Goals are now identified as a key focus for outcomes for and from World Heritage properties, historically the principles enshrined in these documents were not widely considered. In this paper, we will reflect on the progress that has been made at the Willandra since the time of inscription, and what is now a clear commitment and focus on the sustainable, people-centred, rights-based approach to World Heritage interpretation and management. The nomination and inscription of the Willandra on the World Heritage List did not model inclusive social development or sustainability. In fact, the 3 TTG and the local landholders only heard of the inscription when it appeared in the local newspaper. And I quote one of the Barkindji elders, "Barkindji people first heard of the nomination for the Willandra Lakes in the local media. At first, traditional people were upset because they were not consulted about the listing. However, after much thought, the listing was regarded as a positive action because it guaranteed preservation and protection of our cultural sites in the Willandra Lakes region." The inclusion of the Willandra on the World Heritage List without the free, prior and informed consent of the First Nations peoples was not the first time that the 3 TTG were excluded on issues relating to the management of their cultural heritage. It was, however, because of the First Nations people's cultural heritage that the Willandra was inscribed on the list. And I'd now like just to touch briefly on social sustainability at Willandra. The rights of First Nations people in relation to agency over their lands and cultural heritage has been enshrined in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, UNDRIP, since 2007, and that declaration has been supported by Australia since 2009. And it states that states shall consult and cooperate in good faith with the Indigenous peoples concerned through their own representative institutions in order to obtain their free, prior and informed consent before adopting and implementing legislative or administrative measures that may affect them. Only since 2015, however, which we've heard earlier today, has it been a requirement of the operational guidelines for the implementation of the World Heritage Convention that free, prior and informed consent needs to be obtained, that it is essential to have First Nations peoples involved in a nomination process. There is also now clear recognition by governments in Australia that the Willandra Lakes First Nations people's ongoing expectation for the continuous management of their culture and heritage must be acknowledged, respected and supported. The New South Wales National Parks and Wildlife Service, who I work for, supports First Nations peoples to determine what happens to their cultural heritage. At the Willandra, there are some recent innovations and successes which demonstrate that this continues to be at the core of all of our work and innovations and successes, which demonstrate that this continues to be undertaken by the National Parks and Wildlife Service to support the aspirations of the 3 TTGs. In the Willandra, the 3 TTGs aspire for the preservation of their spiritual, cultural and natural values. And this, in some small part, has been met through a socially sustainable approach, the development of a co-designed, participatory, sustainable interpretation project underpinned by a rights-based approach consistent with the operational guidelines. The main dimensions of the sustainability policy, as I'm sure you all know, are environmental sustainability, inclusive social development, inclusive economic development, and fostering peace and security. Many of these areas and policy frameworks for them need to be considered when developing interpretation at World Heritage properties. Although there is reference to presentation in the World Heritage Convention, which we heard again earlier today, specific reference to interpretation is absent. In the Sustainable Development Policy, interpretation is clearly referenced, and I quote, "To adopt a cross-culturally sensitive approaches to the interpretation of World Heritage properties that are of significance to various local communities and other stakeholders, particularly when nominating or managing heritage places associated with conflicts." The policy also states specifically that there should be full respect and participation of all stakeholders and rights holders, including Indigenous peoples and local communities. It is the following section of the policy that is particularly relevant to the interpretation work being done at the Willandra, working with the 3TTG at the moment. And I quote, "Adopt a rights-based approach which promotes World Heritage properties as exemplary places for the application of the highest standards for the respect and realization of human rights." To ensure that a socially sustainable and rights-based approach to interpretation is effectively adopted at all World Heritage properties, in my view, it should fall under the rubric of management and therefore be considered central to the project of World Heritage by states parties at the time of nomination. What this would do is ensure the inclusion of multiple voices, narratives, and memories and values in the interpretation strategy, which would form part of the nomination dossier and be assessed by the World Heritage Committee with other management documents. This approach has very recently been adopted by the World Heritage Committee in its extraordinary session in Paris in 2023 as a way forward for sites of memory associated with recent conflict, in the approval of the guiding principles for them and the outline decision, which states, "The nomination text will include a dedicated subsection titled Interpretation Strategy. Bearing in mind potential differing views and narratives, the interpretation strategy shall be multidimensional to present accurately the full meaning of the site and to support an understanding of its full history." And WIPIC are supporting that work with their research on sites of conflict. So that's the first time we've really seen a clear definition of what needs to happen for sites of conflict. But as I say, I think it should be expanded to all World Heritage properties and their nomination. For other types of sites, the only current guidance remains in Annex 5 of the operational guidelines, which we also heard about this morning, or this afternoon, I forget, it's been a long day, which provides instructions on what to do to include the development of a nomination dossier. A clear reference to interpretation as being central to management is lacking, and the only reference to interpretation, rather than presentation, appears under the heading of visitor facilities and infrastructure, and even that focuses equally on what we know today as presentation methods rather than interpretation. It has been argued in the recent academic writings on interpretation commissioned by WIPIC that successful, sustainable interpretation at heritage sites, particularly World Heritage sites, and today we've heard this from many of our esteemed speakers, is not a top-down process following an authorized discourse, but through an interpretation planner's view of what's important. Rather, it should be a participatory and co-designed process at the grassroots level to enable multiple voices and narratives about a place and to identify its locally ascribed values and how to interpret them together with World Heritage and other values. A rights-based approach for the development of the interpretation of the 20,000-year-old fossil trackway site, and now we're coming to the good bit, everyone, at the Willandra puts the First Nations peoples at the centre of this participatory process for the interpretation of their heritage. And now I'd like to hand over to Ms. Papin, who will speak to us about the interpretation of the fossil trackway site at Willandra. Thank you.
One of the key aspirations of the three traditional owner groups of the Willandra Lakes is to share the history and knowledge and wisdom that is the Willandra. with the world. The Parkinji, Nyampa, Murri people walk here in the footsteps of their ancestors, ensuring that children grow strong in their culture. The tribal groups also seek to share their knowledge of country with visitors to Mungo National Park. Our vision for the fossil trackway site. To create meaningful engagement with a site that cannot be visited, why can't people go there? The impact from foot traffic, vandalism, exposure to elements. The best way to conserve is to rebury the natural materials using sand, for example. How repurposing data collected for monitoring, scanning with new technologies, and augmented and virtual reality. These are the mediums we are exploring to use to promote and create meaningful engagement with the Willandra. Next slide. Here is a timeline of events showing what's happening at each stage of the conservation and documentation. So the trackway site was found in 2002. There was 16 prints. In 2005, the site was excavated at 540 prints. In 2006, photos of the Pintubi trackers. In 2014, further erosion and more footprints. 2019, 3D scanning, workshops and interpretation with the 3 traditional owner groups. And in 2021 and onwards is the augmented reality app 2024, the planetarium film and educational resources. The Rolanda trackways are set of ice age footprints embedded into the clay pan around 20,000 years ago by our first Australians walking and running across the clay pans and leaving their footprints preserved in the mud. Detailed research has identified that the preserved footprints aren't just a single person's tracks, but a combination of tracks including men, women and children in various activities. And due to the quality of their preservation, it is possible to understand something of the story that each set of footprints holds. Excavating the sites. Latex peels. These peels have been subsequently 3D scanned. Latex peels with the Australian Museum were made as records, and peels were later scanned for 3D printing. The Pintubi trackers. These are the Pintubi trackers from Central South Australia. They were on site for one day with exceptional skills in tracking and interpretation of the tracks and markings on the ground. University of Melbourne provided a dark room for the 3D photography. This was done before 3D scanning technology was even available. This was conducted in 2006. The reburial of the site for protection from climatic events. In 2006, heavy rain followed by a frost damaged the site, cracking several footprints. Now it can't be shown, but we need to find other ways of sharing the site. Monitoring for conservation. It was demonstrated that digging up the prints each year was causing damage, so the monitoring is no longer necessary. This is an early interpretation, first attempt at creating a replica of the footprints of the trackway site. This slide is a size, so it basically is the size of a tennis court. There's 480 prints and 27 individual tracks. So you should be able to see the red dots. I'm not sure if you guys can read it, but the red dots are current replica. Grey tiles, footprints that we have scanned data for. The black dots are individual footprints, and lines individual trackways identified by the Pintubi trackers. There's 27 tracks. This is one example of how we are looking to
In
engage.
2006, elders from the Pintubi tribe from Central Australia were invited to interpret the footprint site using their traditional tracking skills. The trackers spent 10 hours interpreting each footprint and marks left by the people and animals that had moved across the site. What the trackers could tell from the footprints was amazing. Amongst the family group's footprints, they could see where a woman with a baby on her hip shifts her load from her left hip to the other. In the same set of family group footprints are curious tracks of a young child. The child's footprints meander away from the rest of the group. Later, as if being called back by someone, the tracks rejoin the group. Did the child get in trouble for wandering away? Or did they come back to show the group something they had found?
This is one example of how we are looking to engage school students, and this is done in partnership with the Sharing Stories Foundation.
Our people have always known that you get certain types of food and certain times of the year. When you look at the night sky in the Milky Way, you see an emu, outline of emu, he's standing up. But when he is laying down, that is when you collect emu eggs to eat. One of the ways to cook an emu egg is you light a fire, you get some nice hot coals, you scrape the coals out, put it beside the fire, put some light ashes over the top of him, put the emu egg on top of the ashes, and every so often you turn the emu egg over so he cooks evenly. Now, of course, now these days you can just fry it in a frying pan.
This is a motion capture. This is representatives of the Nyampa, Barkindji and Muddy Muddy people developing an app to use by visitors, sharing some stories, and revenue will go from those stories back to the traditional owner groups. This is one example of how we are looking to engage school students. This is done in partnership also with the Sharing Stories Foundation.
Hello, my name is Ivan Johnson, and I'm a Barkindji person. My name is Ivan Johnson, and I'm a Barkindji person.
So what you see now is a possum skin cloak, which is what was used by the traditional owner tribes. The first vision focus is on doing two main stories, hunters and the one-legged man and the families. Each story will have both the actors performing the footprints and also elders telling the story. The same stories from the planetarium, for the planetarium. Sorry. Three traditional tribal groups vision. We, the three traditional tribal groups, the three TGs, being the Barkindji, Nyampa and Muddy Muddy people, are a group of autonomous men and women who have been democratically elected by our communities to uphold the legacy of Our Lady's visions. 2023.
Thank you, Owen.
Thank you, Owen.
Thank you very much, Werner. And now I'm just going to conclude. One more. Wait, don't clap yet. Thank you. For Werner, that's a clap for you, Werner.
Thank you.
You can get another clap when I finish talking as well. So just to conclude, that I think Werner's given you a really fantastic insight to the interpretation work that the traditional owners are doing at Willandra. That's driven by them, and they're doing all the interpretation. They're being the characters in the augmented reality, and they will receive the revenue from the augmented reality for the interpretation of their cultural heritage at Mungo National Park in the Willandra Lakes World Heritage Property. So I think that's a bit of a first. And just to conclude, I'd just like to say that part of achieving inclusive social development and a rights-based approach to interpretation at the Willandra has been the inclusion of the 3 TTGs in the co-design of the Trackway digital interpretation. Through the augmented reality and the demonstration to the visitors of the connection of the 3 TTG's history to their future, the 3 TTG will be able to benefit from their commercial and sustainable use of their own cultural heritage. And just to connect that with something Dr. Yuji has said in previous WIPIC forums, he said that heritage interpretation is a political form of recognition. And I think that's really, so important to bear in mind in a situation like this. And I quote, "Truth-telling through heritage interpretation has become a core matter of justice." This is an important concept when considering the rights of First Nations peoples within a sustainable interpretation framework. And we hope that the work that has been done at the Willandra Lakes region has been able to show this to you this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Professor Hyun-Kyung Lee from Seogang University as the last speaker of session 3 and the last speaker of whole day forum to talk about the living with conflict, the communication by, for, and of stakeholders and their capacity building. Please welcome Dr. Lee.
Thank you very much. What a fantastic conference. And then thank you to WIPIC to help us listen to real voices of the diverse stakeholders and also to see the young voices as well. Thank you very much. And I'm also very honored to be part of this conference. And last presentation. And so I'm going to present a bit uncomfortable topic, conflicts in and over heritage sites. Do you like conflicts in your life? Of course we don't like it. But let's think about it. Can we accept conflicts in and over heritage sites? And moreover, and can we welcome the conflicts in and over heritage sites? And can conflicts be resolved in connection with the diverse stakeholders' involvement? I hope that at the end of this presentation we can clearly respond to these questions. When the World Heritage Committee announces a new inscription into UNESCO World Heritage, we celebrate it. It does not simply reflect a sense of honor and joy that these heritage sites' value have been approved by UNESCO. It also connotates that this heritage is contributing to peace building that UNESCO pursues. At UNESCO, the concept of conflict has been constructed in opposition to the idea of peace. For this reason, discussion on and a recognition of the role of conflict at heritage sites seems unwelcome. However, conflicts have become one of the most problematic and significant issues at UNESCO, as UNESCO has become involved in diverse conflicts stemming from a wider group of stakeholders and right holders associated with heritage sites. How can we understand conflicts at heritage sites? Are they evils that break the peace? Or are they actually beneficial at heritage sites? And finally, can we welcome conflicts finally? In order to understand the nature of conflicts and heritage and also how to deal with these conflicts at heritage sites, I will go through these 5 different questions and then I will try to respond to them. First, why is it so hard to accept or tolerate conflicts associated with heritage sites? Let's go into the definition by Oxford University dictionary, and conflict is defined as situation in which people, groups, or countries disagree strongly or are involved in a serious argument. So basically, we live with many conflicts in our life. But in particular, in the heritage field, conflicts are seen to present a major threat to the tangible and intangible values of heritage. Why are conflicts considered such an enemy to the protection of heritage? I would like to briefly suggest two main reasons. First, at UNESCO, the term conflict frequently represents a war, so like armed conflict, and war is seriously visually associated with the destruction of heritage sites. You can see these photos. And second, we might share a fundamental myth concerning heritage. In particular, UNESCO World Heritage is always appreciated by everyone in the world, and that its values are universally agreed without dissension, being inflict and perfect. Hence, it is very hard to tolerate differences of opinions over heritage values, as the disagreement is regarded as disrespectful to heritage values. Therefore, finally, we normally have an allergic reaction to conflicts over heritage. So, how can understand conflicts and heritage sites? So, for this reason, conflicts are uncomfortable matters really in this heritage field, but where it is typically believed that conflict should be avoided for sustainable heritage protection. Yes, obviously, yes, conflicts has become a very significant matter relating to diverse stakeholders' involvement and also the sites of the memories associated with recent conflicts matters as well. But let's think about the nature of conflicts happening in heritage sites. I'd like to introduce the three different categories that I just roughly made. The first, conflicts, is that associated with the past history events at heritage sites. That conflicts happened before heritization processes. So that as a significant historic events like a war, Second World War and First World War, and tended to determine that kinds of heritage's characteristics. And during the heritization processes, we can see two types of the conflicts as well. The second types of conflicts happens in the process of heritage inscription processes. So the state parties or the advisory committee members present their different evaluations of heritage values, bring up that can happen, that develop into the political conflicts between state parties. And then third one, conflicts can happen in the decision-making processes of heritage management and in the collaboration between diverse stakeholders, such as manager or communities and indigenous people and states. So, although recent trends focus largely on the second category of conflicts, in practice stemming from the first category of conflicts, the second and the third category of conflicts frequently occur in the heritization. In other words, conflicts related to heritage sites are not exceptional cases, but ordinary and routine matters. In addition, as can be seen in the second and third categories, conflicts does not always inhibit heritage protection or damage heritage values. This is, various decisions are made consciously or otherwise in heritization, and diverse perceptions and understandings of heritage interpretation and presentation have been negotiated. But yes, admittedly, the heritage conflicts has become more complicated. So many heritage professionals suggest conversation in order to resolve that kinds of conflicts. But why do we not perceive conversation or building of dialogues as a solution for conflicts in and over heritage sites? So maybe conversation sounds very sensible and a kind of very gentle solution to negate, to ease the kinds of tensions between diverse stakeholders. But the process is not simple enough. And we have so UNESCO suggested it, but actually in actual practices, and the divergent opinions have not converged, but remain in parallel. In turn, the conflicts and contested issues concerning this heritage do not seem to be progressing in UNESCO's interest. Therefore, people feel feared when they got that suggestion. So the conversation and building of dialogues seems to be treated as the kinds of the isolation processes relating to conflicts concerning heritage sites. Then how can we take an action to deal with these conflicts? So are we inevitably trapped in conflicts in and over heritage sites without any hope for resolution? Does conversation between diverse stakeholders not work at all in the heritage field? How can we take an action to deal with conflicts? To answer this question, I'd like to present an example, the construction project of Gwanghwamun Square in Seoul. Probably that square is very nearby, so you can visit there right after that conference, probably. So this case shows how the scope of stakeholders regarding heritage sites has been expanded, how their different perceptions have been negotiated, and how the progress has been employed to facilitate heritage interpretation and presentation. So in 2019, the grand plan was announced by the Seoul metropolitan government. They want to reconstruct the Gwanghwamun Square with the three main objectives. The first, the restoration of the historic authenticity in response to serious damage caused by Japanese colonial authorities in the early 20th century. The second, they'd like to create a citizen-centered space for art and culture. And third, they'd like to commemorate of the 2016 and 17 candlelight protests for genuine democracy. And then Seoul metropolitan government emphasized that that kinds of project is going to re-enhance South Korea's cultural identity and revitalize Seoul's economy. However, they encountered a strong opposition by the Seoul citizens. Why? Because they don't want to waste their tax for these reconstruction processes. I will very briefly explain about the historic value of Gwanghwamun Square. So Gwanghwamun is actually the pair with the Gwanghwamun is the literally means gate of light, which is the front gate of the Gyeongbokgung Palace, which is the first and one of the most important palaces during the Joseon Dynasty. So you can see this map, and then the point that yesterday actually the Dr. Lee Soo-jung showed this map, Susan-jung-do. So you can see that the location was symbolized the identity of Joseon Dynasty, and that during the Japanese colonial period, Japanese authorities built the Japanese government general building inside of the Gyeongbokgung Palace. So that was the big construction was symbolized as a imperial icon during the Japanese colonial period. And in the 1990s, in order to, the Korean government make a decision to destroy the building in order to make the history right. So they want to gain the new identity of the Korean spirit through destruction of the colonial buildings. So there actually, prior to 2019 grand plan of reconstruction of the Gwanghwamun Square, there are two plans was done. Firstly, it happened in the 1960s and 70s by the President Park Chung-hee. His ambition is to restore Korea's tradition and spirit in nation-building process by reconfiguring reconfiguring Gwanghwamun Square, and also they also relocating Gwanghwamun Gate from the different places. So now the Gwanghwamun Gate is located in the right place now. And in the 2009, Seoul Mayor Oh Se-eun also tried to brand Seoul as a global city by reconstructing Gwanghwamun Square as a national symbol and a global icon in 2009. And from 2015, so it's a very short period between them, the Seoul Mayor Park Won-sun showed his ambition to remake a square of culture and history for the citizens. So why Park Won-sun just consider citizens so much to construct the square? Because the citizenships has become a very important stakeholders considered by the Seoul metropolitan government. Shall we briefly go through how citizens have become significant stakeholders at Gwanghwamun Square? Since 2000s, civil voices have been acknowledged as significant political stakeholders. So actually, before the 2010s, the civil power was a bit passive and invisible. But however, along with the success of Candlelight's rally in 2007, and civilian power has been strengthened, and Seoul metropolitan government and Seoul Mayor Park Won-sun decided to respect citizens as one of the most important stakeholders and help involve civilians in decision making. And he has a major goal, two of them, Zone for History and Zone for Culture. So Zone for History is that he wanted to reconstruct Woldae, which is the symbol of a king's authority during the Joseon dynasty that was demolished, destroyed during the colonial period. So he wanted to revitalize Korean tradition through the Zone for History, and Zone for Culture create a stage for art and performance for Seoul citizens tourists. But Seoul citizens have different opinions. So there are several meetings with experts and also 177 citizens in order to discuss how to reorganize and reconstruct the Gwanghwamun Square, but the citizens still didn't like it, and that plan was pended in 2019. And the Park Won-sun, the Seoul mayor, had started to make a meeting, 61 public meetings. And there are four main stakeholder groups, four divided stakeholder groups in citizenship. First, Korean residents in South Korea, but not necessarily in Seoul. Second is ordinary residents of Seoul. The third, local residents in the Gwanghwamun area of Jongno County. Fourth is office workers in the Gwanghwamun area who use it during peak times. So actually, first group and second group doesn't matter whether Seoul just reconstruct the Gwanghwamun Square, but third and fourth group who had a very closed connection with the Gwanghwamun Square strongly opposed it because they feel very uncomfortable, and also their working places and their living spaces are they don't want to invade it by the kinds of grand plan. They don't want to sacrifice it. So it's like normally when they reconstruct the Gwanghwamun Square, it's people just say, yes, we have to reconstruct it in order to restore Joseon dynasty's tradition and Korean tradition, but that kinds of arguments are no longer valid. So they just argue no traffic jam, no Woldae, because Woldae is not very relevant to our life, and no noise, please. So they just want to argue that park-like citizen rest and leisure. Then actually Park Won-sun just tried to nullify the Zone for History in order to satisfy the citizens' arguments. But anyway, the Park Won-sun is a bit unfortunate, like events coming aside, and then the Se-eun-oh, who did the reconstruction of the Gwanghwamun Square in 2009, was re-elected, and he just tried to accept what Park Won-sun did, so park-like square, but he wanted to emphasize on the historic value of Gwanghwamun Square by the restoration of Woldae. Because he wanted to make this street as the very important historic access to the tourism and also the education. So there are three implications through that kinds of processes. The case evidences how Seoul and also South Korea started to seriously include the local community citizens as one of the main stakeholders in decision making, and that was the turning point in regards to the prominence of bottom-up civic participation. And the third, the case shows how historic value concerning heritage sites as prioritized by heritage professionals and scholars now compete with the convenient and practical values that the local community and citizens prefer. Let me could you give me 3 minutes more? So, and in the process of the restoration of the Woldae, zone for history, the new conflicts emerged actually just 6 months ago, because there are two main found discoveries. First is the remains of Japanese colonial era tram. The second one is the remains of the modern water pipes. So at the time, there are two different opinions on that findings. One, why do we need to restore or preserve all of them, only focus on Woldae as original planned? The second part is that it's because it's a bit hard to distinguish which historic value is better or not, so we just leave it as it was, and Woldae and all the historic layers. Then many Korean peoples and recognize how the Seoul has been developed. But finally, the only Woldae was restored, but the Seoul metropolitan government tried to listen to the professionals and public opinions. So they they carried out the city, in order to retain the city memories, they carried out 3D scan technology in order to remember all the kinds of the historic layers, and they decided to display the train remains in the Korail, the train museums. And the other good things that, of course, is 6 months is not very good enough time to discuss, to make a decision. But the professionals and so historians and architectures and architects and the other professionals has started to discuss, because normally they have a very strong characteristics, and then it's a bit harder to get into the only one conclusion, but they just in order to discuss the kinds of different historic layers, they started to make a joint conference to think about it. So that is a kinds of the good thing to facilitate opening of a new channel of communication between scholars and heritage professionals. So now that the new Woldae was opened. So last question. So should we rethink whether conflicts are beneficial in not only heritage interpretation and representation, but also reconciliation? What was your answer? And yes, my answer is yes. Yes, it's it is worth noting that conflicts are an integral part of heritization and do not always harm the protection of heritage. In addition, we should not forget that today's conflict structure has been complicated and expanded as the heritage protection has moved toward a people-centered approach, and more voices and stories have been brought into heritage interpretation and presentation. So conflict is unavoidable things. As seen, the Gwanghwamun case, acknowledging new values associated with new stakeholder groups take time. Negotiating diverse opinions is difficult, and decision making is not always satisfying, as you can see, still been met. However, we can finally escape from the simplified Hollywood ending and in the heritage field, and also move to a down-to-earth decision-making processes. So I would like to emphasize that conflicts are truly beneficial in many ways, not only diversifying heritage interpretation and presentation, but also breaking down barriers between public and professionals and opening a new path to embracing diverse stakeholders. Only further patience is required. Don't be afraid. Let's welcome conflicts with the WIPIC. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Hyung-Kyung Lee, for taking us to the new challenge, which we were fear to explore. We would like to discuss for the session 3 for just 15 minutes because we are running out of our time. So let's make all the speakers to the front, to the platform, to finish up with our discussion for 15 minutes. Thank you very much. And I, on behalf of WIPIC staff, I would like to thank all of you to stay until the end of our session. And much of you must be really tired, but thank you very much for staying with us until the end. As a chair of this discussion session, I would like to ask 3 of you to just brief question to start with. And then we would like to invite the floor to ask the questions, not only to us, but also to other speakers as well to end our forum, okay? Yes, we have talked about different themes, which needs the more considerations on these different stakeholders. But I would like to ask 3 of you, from your experience, from your case studies, and what the WIPIC can specifically consider in a kind of sensitive issues, especially to dealing with the direct stakeholders, not expanded stakeholders, but direct stakeholders. For Dr. Owen Bisley, the indigenous peoples probably would be the direct stakeholders. And for Dr. Kim, the communities and the villages living and around in the Kepler area. For Dr. Lee, there must be citizens and also the villages nearby the Gwanghwamun Gate. What specific considerations that we have to bear in mind when we are approaching the conversation to include them, and also when we design the capacity building program for them? Yes, Owen, would you like to go?
I'm going to go first. Thank you very much for that question. I think capacity building and working with First Nation peoples in Australia, and it may be true for other nations, but I don't know because I don't work there, but there'll be some similar approaches. We talk about participation and we talk about engagement. In Australia, we're now moving towards co-design, which is something which I talked about in my paper. So everyone is on an equal footing, and so we are co-designing research codes of practice at the Willandra with the 3 traditional tribal groups, and all the work that we do is co-designed. And so I think for WIPIC, thinking about guidelines to provide to whether it's state parties or national or local agencies, to emphasize the need to have the people in the room who have the knowledge, who have the values, and to enable them to be heard and provide them with a platform and to respect their knowledges, whatever they are, because we might make assumptions, but we don't know until we ask people. So I think that's the main thing. And one thing that obviously the World Heritage machinery has now established is the International Indigenous Peoples Forum for World Heritage, and that's a great initiative that has been reinvigorated, and I think that body needs support. I think from a strategic point of view, if WIPIC can encourage the World Heritage Centre and the World Heritage Committee to give them as much support as they can have to engage with groups like WIPIC and others, I think that would be a really great way forward for First Nations peoples in World Heritage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Beasley. Would you like to go on, Professor Lee?
I deeply appreciate the WIPIC's research and also capacity building programs. I just instead of give you some practical things, and I just give you another perspectives on how to treat or how to meet the direct stakeholders. When I participate in many public meetings with the citizens and Seoul metropolitan governments, I could see the real anger from the citizens because citizens feel a bit angry and also very unpleasant and uncomfortable because they are neglected for a long time. So they feel that is that kinds of public meeting is just a show, a political show, and then their opinions doesn't seem to be directly reflected the decision makings. So I think that is very important to make a trustworthy relationship between the direct stakeholders and the decision makers or heritage professionals. And also that kinds of the respect and that kinds of emotional connection should be prioritized before just carrying on that kinds of strategies.
Thank you very much for the very practical and good tips. Thank you very much. 네, 김준 박사님.
네, 위픽의 활동을 알게 돼서 오늘 자리에 참석한 길 잘했다 이런 생각이 우선 들고 초대해 주셔서 고맙고요. 3가지 정도 말씀드리고 싶은데요. 제 발표에서도 한국의 갯벌에서 이해 당사자는 사람과 생물이 함께 이해 당사자가 되어야 된다 이런 말씀을 드렸는데 지금 그 갯벌에는 떠나는 새도 있고 또 다시 한국의 갯벌로 겨울을 나기 위해서 찾는 새들도 있습니다. 그리고 그 새를 보기 위해서 호주에서도 오고 또 다른 여러 나라에서도 찾고 있습니다. 그건 또 새로운 네트워크들이 만들어지고 새로운 이해 관계자가 만들어지고 있는 셈이죠. 세계유산에 지정됐다고 하는 것은 그들에게 한국의 갯벌의 가치를 잘 지키겠다라고 하는 약속을 한 것이라고 생각이 듭니다. 그래서 그걸 잘 지켜야 되는 의무가 또 우리에게 있는 것이기 때문에 이해 관계자를 이제 한국의 어민들이나 주민들의 영역을 넘어서는 한국의 지역사회 또 도시의 소비자 그리고 새를 보기 위해서 오거나 한국의 갯벌을 보기 위해서 오는 사람까지 이렇게 확대되었다. 사람도 이해 관계자가 글로벌하게 확대되고 또 새들도 또 그 새가 찾는 먹이 조개나 또는 개찌렁이나 이들도 역시 이해 당사자가 될 수 있다고 봅니다. 그게 갯벌이 가지고 있는 그런 가치고 또 그 주목을 해야 되는 부분이다 이런 생각이 들고요. 두 번째는 주민들 입장에서 봤을 때는 그렇게 새로운 이해 당사자들로 자리매김하는 사람들을 공존이라고 하는 입장에서 이렇게 좀 접근을 해야 되는 부분들이 있다. 지금까지는 경제 활동을 해왔던 지역 또는 마을 어민들이 주 이해 당사자였지만 이제는 그 영역이 넘어섰기 때문에 공존의 관계로 갯벌이라고 하는 이해 관계자들을 좀 봐야 될 부분이 있고 그거는 교육이 중요한 부분들이 차지할 수밖에 없죠. 그래서 꾸준히 교육이 반복돼야 되는 부분들이 있고 반대로 확대된 이해 당사자들은 그 공간이 전통 지식을 가지고 오랫동안 이용해왔던 주민들이 살아왔던 생활의 터전이라고 하는 것을 전제하고 이용을 해야 되기 때문에 그런 배려가 필요한 공간이라는 생각이 들어요. 그래서 이제 갯벌이라고 하는 곳은 한국의 갯벌이라고 하는 것은 공동체 공간으로서 다시 해석되고 설명돼야 될 부분들이 조금 있다 이런 생각이 들고요. 마지막으로는 제일 중요한 것은 지방 정부인데 지방 정부가 어떤 원칙을 갖느냐에 따라서 방금 다양한 이해 당사자들이 배제되기도 하고 또 포함되기도 할 수 있다고 봅니다. 지방 정부의 역할이 중요하고 그 위에 중앙 정부로서는 세계유산을 추진할 때도 그런 어려운 점들이 있었는데 문화재청이나 실제로 갯벌을 관리하는 해양수산부나 넓게는 환경부까지 이들의 관계가 부처의 벽을 넘어서서 갯벌의 오유 부위를 찾아내고 등재하는 과정에 정말 높구나 이런 생각들이 들었어요. 칸막이라고 우리가 보통 얘기를 하죠. 그래서 이런 것들이 이해 당사자로서 서로 이렇게 협의되고 논의되는 좀 시스템이라고 할까요? 강제적인 틀이라고 할까요? 법과 제도 같은 이런 게 만들어지지 않으면은 선의적인 합의나 협의로서 진행되기는 어렵다. 그래서 약간 제도화된 그런 틀, 이해 관계자들이 특히 이제 중앙정부나 지방정부나 이런 데가 그 갯벌이나 세계유산을 관리하고 오유부위를 지키는 데 있어서는 제도와 틀을 만들지 않으면은 지속하기 어렵겠구나. 이건 의지의 문제가 아니다 이런 생각이 들었습니다.
Thank you very much. Probably we all agree with the speakers that the accepting conflict and also accepting wider communities is not a kind of option, but it is a kind of necessity and our responsibility in capacity building process and also the managing heritage site as well, I believe. We would like to invite Flo because you probably were too quiet and in the first session and second session you didn't have enough time to raise the questions and also give us the comment on setting out our next capacity building programs of our center. So please ask any questions and raise your hand.
Okay, thank you for your time. So I would like to know just briefly from all of the panelists, how do we balance the perception of colonial history, or even like what has been mentioned about conflicts in interpretation, because we cannot deny that every country have different perception of their colonial history, or even for instance, Australia, the coexistence of the Aborigines and the new incoming population, or even how Japan and Korea face their colonial history, and also how Southeast Asia. So how do we balance that balance, because it tends to topple one way or the other, and antagonizing the very polarized depiction of the colonial history, in interpretation.
Can I ask Professor Lee about it? Thank you, because you have previous research on this area. Yes.
Thank you very much for your wonderful question. I just very quickly respond to your question that it's very difficult how to understand colonial heritage, but that is important that we have to understand colonial heritage we need to understand how it was constructed and also how we perceived it in the present. So we needed to have that kinds of balance, and we have to explain it or understood it in the historic context, as well as we have to follow how the general perception on colonial heritage has been changed. Then we need to look at colonial heritage case by case, because we can't provide a master plan to understand one heritage site can have one answer. So that is very complicated. So we needed to approach in a very subtle ways.
Thank you very much. I'm really sorry that we have to end this session. Joseph, were you? Okay. We'll give you 10 minutes. Sorry, 10 seconds.
No, but just to say, this is a good example of what I was saying before about not having a constant interpretation. Once you have the interpretation, it's going to change over time. The colonial interpretation is going to change over time, and that's fine. I mean, I think we need to, over time, we need to work on it, and we need to accept that our understanding of the heritage is going to change. It's not going to be fixed forever. I want to say one other thing. I would love to have a committee, and I wanted to say it with you here. I would love to have a committee member actually have a First Nations or an Indigenous person on their delegation speaking not just about their site, or maybe somebody from the tidal flats, for example, not just about their site, but actually being a member of the delegation and participating fully in Australia's or the United States' or Canada's or Norway's or whoever's delegation, because that would bring a different perspective to the World Heritage Committee that the World Heritage Committee just doesn't have right now. And I think it would be really great if somehow or another we could actually have that. There was one chairman, not from Australia in 2000, but in 2007 in New Zealand, there was a chairperson of the World Heritage Committee who came from a First Nations group. But I would really love to have 1 or 2 or 3 delegations bring these people into the actual delegations, because I think that would change the way the committee thinks, and it would change the way that hopefully we all think about this. And sorry, I took too much time.
Thank you very much. This is the end of the session 3 discussions. Please give us big support to our 3 speakers. Thank you very much. We would like to quickly have the closing ceremony. To close our today's long day forum, we would like to invite Mr. Jae-sun Lee, our Deputy Director General of our center. Please support Mr. Jae-sun Lee to the floor. Thank you.
Dear speakers and guests, it was a long day. We were happy to have you. And at the end of this year's forum, we discussed about how to invite the diverse participants to the World Heritage interpretation and management. I believe this forum was a valuable opportunity to develop future capacity building program for our center. I hope the program was meaningful and informative for you, and it helped to develop the understanding of heritage interpretation and presentation. We look forward to your continuous interest in the activities of WIPI. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jae-sun Lee. This is the end of the session and all the forums today. Thank you very much for staying with us until the end of this forum. Thank you. Stay with us online, and most of the reports and the publications will be uploaded in our website, and you can download as a PDF file. Thank you very much.